What's good? 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 Welcome back to Boss Talks Podcast. Y'all know on this show anything goes. How's everybody doing? Try to fix this shit up real quick. Hope everybody's having a good night. You know what I'm saying? I know it's late. I really meant to do this shit earlier. I ain't gonna lie. I just got busy. I mean, shit. I set the shit up to be on here at 11:15. Then I'm like, fuck, I'm still running behind. Then I put at 11:20, still behind. And then I get on here about 5 minutes motherfucking late. I'm sorry, y'all. Real shit. I'm sorry. Like, I was still really ain't even all the way ready. Like, I literally started it live, and I was like, you know what? I really ain't trying to keep everybody that's on here waiting type shit, you know. So, yeah. Y'all's pretty much watch me prepare. I'm not fully ready. I'm sorry. Some of y'all probably are wondering what the fuck. And I'm gonna show y'all. You know, bear with me. Y'all bear with me. There's a few things that I'm gonna show tonight. Hold on. Oh, damn. Like I said, bear with me, y'all. What's good, monkey? And to the rest of the motherfuckers on here. So you already see what my title is. So yesterday, well, I call them my double O's because I love 007, the James Bond shit. You know, I've always liked it because you know how James Bond be having them gadgets and shit, and cool ass cars that will make it like you can be driving the passenger seat and he'll push a button and your ass go flying out the side of the fucking car and shit. You know what I'm saying? Ejection seat. But yeah. I got hit up by a few people and they're like, hey, you gotta see this, you gotta watch this, you should talk about this, blah 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 blah. Right. So I'm like, all right, so and then the little fuck nigga, he wants to talk about where they at. They ain't been live in a while. Well, I just went live just the other day. And then a day or so before that, I just, put it on private. But You wanted me to say something, motherfucker? I'm saying something. You saying where am I? I'm right here, motherfucker. Use one, motherfucker. You know that? Kendick Wilson, you are a motherfucker. You really are. You really are. Let me get some motherfucking light up in this motherfucker. Some better light up in this motherfucker. Alright. For those that, believe it, some hoax. Alright, look. Fucking video was playing. Alright, so I'm sorry, y'all. I was fucking late. All this shit's Okay, so Breonna Taylor. Shit happened March of 2020. We all know. All right. So there's some stuff I'm gonna show you. Of course, some of you already know it, but I just feel like it'll fit. You know, uh, John Mattingly. I put Sergeant Mattingly because just so it fits him being a cop, right? Don't know. I really don't know if he's a cop still or not. I watched the little interview. Kendick is feeling way up here because he's like, oh, I got an interview with Mattingly, right? Let me show y'all something. Look, well, hold on. I'm gonna have to switch brands real quick to add some pictures to show y'all what the fuck I'm talking about. Actually, like I said, bear with me. I was out and about for way too motherfucking long. And because I really wanted to do this shit at like 6 or 7. So yeah, just bear with me. I thought I already had that shit ready, but there's a couple pictures I want to show y'all because you see, Kendick he went live. Uh, I don't know, a few days ago, and he's like, yeah, John Mattingly went on Twitter. He was like, I just now seen it. He's like, he tried to make it seem like it was August 20th, like 10 days ago. No, it wasn't 10 days ago, you fucking dumbass. It was literally a year ago. You stupid fuck. And I'm going to go ahead and show that. Uh, I mean, he's fucking stupid. I swear, y'all. Kendick has done this shit, but you know, uh, I guess because uh, um, Kendick does what he wants. So, well, fuck. All right. Now I can add the overlay. Oh, this is about to piss me off. Bear with me. Bear with me. I'm trying to. I want to be able to document everything. That's why it's taking me a little longer. Um, I thought everything was already saved. Um, I got a few things already ready, but I'm kind of. I basically want to. See. Yeah, I'll do it like that. That's how I'll do it. Mm-mm-mm. Hopefully, like whenever I pull it up on the screen, hopefully y'all can um, see it good. If not, perfect, perfect. All right, so Gates underscore Kingdom. I don't fuck with Twitter. I used to. I had one, but when I had it, it was like all you could do was like post. It was at the time where all you could do was post statuses, and I'm like, hell no. Like it was the beginning of Twitter. So you know me, I'm like, this is like to me it was like y'all remember the beginning of Facebook. Uh, y'all could post or you was only able to post like how you felt. Y'all remember that? Like it was like how do you feel? Anyways, it says, when is Sergeant Mattingly going to face Kendick L. Wilson? Stop lying. John Mattingly said, are you talking about this Kendrick Wilson who I reached out to a year ago with no response? If he's got all this proof, release it and we will see who's lying. This is what he was talking about from a year ago. Okay, that's hard to see. So let me read it out loud for y'all. Says, hey Kendrick, uh, and it's kind of hard to see, but you can tell. It said it's from 2020 or yeah 2021. As a person who's been lied about over a year, I'd love for you to put out this information you have to solve this case. Expose everything and everyone if you have it. My story is the truth. I was there, not you, not Sam. Let's see what you got. You say a lot. The only corrupt people in this case was the mayor, Sam, Crump, Conrad, Until Freedom, and all the people who had the facts and chose to lie. Sam used you to dirty up the case and dump you as soon as he got what he wanted. All right, let me take that down and go back to my regular brand. Comments. How are you live? Kendick said today, all YouTube people be silent, figuring out next move from those. who pay them dude is sick in the head for Summer's Live 2 must be a conspiracy. Well, see, that's what I was just saying too. Kendick said, like, yeah, people let me know. I got a lot of the people I call double O's, which is simply people that reach out to me, give me information, let me know shit. I'm not like all these other fuck niggas, like the people that I spoke on the other day. I'm gonna have to go downstairs and give me something to sweet. Y'all know I'm diabetic now, so y'all give me a second. Don't go nowhere. Oh, I'm telling you, this show's about to get real. It's about to get real as fuck. Y'all just 1 second. All right, y'all. I need Monkey, anybody. Well, you're the only one in the chat. Whew! Sorry, I was running up the motherfucking stairs. All right. I need I'm about to put these, I've never done this, but I'm about to put these headphones in. All I need is, as soon as I go like this and start talking, I need y'all to let me know if y'all can hear me. Like, put a number 7 up. That's my number 7. Yeah, just type number 7 if y'all can hear me. All right, can y'all hear me? Can you hear the motherfucking boss? Just type the number 7 if y'all can hear the motherfucking boss. And I ain't Rick Ross. I'm a real boss. Don't read my lips. Can y'all hear the motherfucking boss? If y'all can't, fuck it. I'll take it out. I was gonna try something different, maybe to make it sound a little different. Cause to me, people, can y'all hear me? Like, well, somebody messaged me and said 777. So I'm assuming y'all can hear me. Can somebody comment that y'all can hear me? I just want to make sure everybody can hear me, because if not, I'm a motherfucking take them out and go back to. Oh shit! All this shit's falling out. Honestly, I may just go back to the because me just do that for a second. I might go back to it in a little bit. I know there's some people on here that's like, his show's going slow. That's all good. But you see it says August 20th, right? 2021. That shit that he was talking about. All right, so in one of his lives recently, he tried to say, "Oh yeah, he hit me up a few days ago." It wasn't a few days ago, nigga. He reached out to you last year, and then I would play the live. I'm hoping I'm able to. If I'm not able to play and show the whole live, cause yeah, y'all know me. I do some long shows. So for the people that haven't seen the little interview of I'm gonna straight up sit here and straight up say one of the cops that killed Breonna Taylor. You know what I'm saying? Because what was it? What was it? Cosgrove, Mattingly, fuck, Hankinson. There was. Let me do this real quick. There's for everybody that's on here, y'all bear with me, cause I'm telling you, there's a few things like videos, maybe long videos. Well, yeah, kind of long videos. I mean, so yeah, y'all just bear with me. I mean, there's just a lot of different shit that I got to unpack. So y'all pretty much in my get the popcorn, get your blunts, whatever you do, your wine, your liquor, whatever it is. I mean, in my eyes, y'all gonna be here for a while. I'm hoping that y'all stay for a while because we're gonna go back. This is what we're gonna go back to 2020. We're gonna do that. We're gonna go back to yesterday. Like I said, there's a lot of y'all that haven't got to see the interview with Dickhead. Y'all, look, I call cops dicks. There's a lot of people that, I mean, it's crazy because I've even heard something recently that people in Chicago, that's some lingo that they use. They call cops dicks. I've literally called them that just because they're dickheads. They act like dicks, right? That's where I got y'all know I've been calling Kendick that for a while, right? One, because his I don't know what happened to his IG. Man, what the fuck? I'm sorry I'm going so slow. Maybe I'll have to do this. Cause I wanna speak in everything in facts. Everything that I motherfucking do, I wanna work in facts. I will be showing a few videos today of some shit. Like I said, I know that there's somebody out there, and that's what I like to do. I like to show shit that to people that one hasn't seen the shit, and for those that have seen it, you know, of course, y'all's gonna have to see it again for a second time, but we can go over it again together, talk about it. You can talk about in the comments how you feel about it. If you've seen the interview of Kendick and one of the cops the cop that got shot in his motherfucking leg. I mean, he deserved it. You know what I'm saying? I'll be one. I haven't really heard many people say he deserved to be shot. He deserved it because that we all know now, which I spoke on it on the last video. I said, well, y'all all know, y'all should know if y'all have been paying attention, that the woman cop, right? I'll try to bring it up real quick. Again, all right, let's see. Share this. All right. The chick, right? That, for those that don't know, that didn't see it on my last show or haven't heard about it, she pled guilty. Like, she's saying that she pled guilty. And we spoke about plea deals and shit like that. And someone on here made a comment and said, I think it might have been Warren or something, said, just because someone takes a plea doesn't mean they're guilty. And in a sense, yeah, that could be true because they don't want to face jail time. But in this situation, if it's just, because like I said, there's some cops that's facing life. So I want to see if anybody that's on here, because look, there's 24 people on here. Not a whole lot of people is interacting as far as in the comments. I want to see who all knows. Type, if you don't mind, type who is all facing, like all the cops that's free. That's the feds are now trying to charge, whether it's life or whatever it is. Can you name all the cops, or even just, you can even say how many cops is facing charges? I just want to see where everybody's at. If there's what y'all know. I know not all y'all are gonna react, like comment on here because that's how it always is. You know what I'm saying? There's people that watch my show. It's never commented once. They just watch. The day at Breonna Taylor's house, it was oh yeah. Come on, motherfucker. I'm not gonna lie. Until I had watched this video that I'm about to show y'all, I didn't know that there was this many fucking cops that was at the door. You know what I'm saying? Like, because real shit, they only talk about on the news and shit, they only talk about, I remember, all right, Mattingly, Cosgrove, Brett Hankinson, like those are the big names, you know what I'm saying? They don't talk about how many motherfuckers was there. Come on, motherfucker. This shit's about to piss me off. I ain't lying, y'all. This damn computer. My favorite number, right? 7 at the motherfucking front door. Let me just start this motherfucker over and get ready to let y'all fucking watch this shit. All right, let's watch a movie. So why would you order that book? Fuck that nigga. And you ordered it because you seen the name of it behind him on the interview, didn't you? I guarantee you did. Like 100%. I mean, it is what it is, but I know you're doing it because you're a learner, you know. But fuck. My opinion. I know, like I said, I know you just want to know some shit, but fuck paying them bitches. That goes to his pocket. Mattingly should be on that list. Any of them cops. You know what I'm saying? Like James, Goodlett, Meany, Hankinson. Why is it because is it only because he got shot? Like I remember at the beginning of all this shit, like, man, I had this shit wrote down before, right? How many times each person shot, right? Like, I want to say, don't quote me on now. Don't go off on me. Say, oh, he don't know what he's talking about. But I want to say, because we all know Hankinson was shooting crazy. I want to say he shot the most. I want to say. I can't remember, but I want to say, because I think I remember right, it was about like 14 times that Mattingly shot, right? Could be wrong. But I'm just trying to think about, remember, when I wrote, let me just play this motherfucker. You know. Y'all do what y'all do. You know what I'm saying? For real, do what y'all do. But like I said, y'all know how I feel about cops. You know, you got the motherfuckers out there that think it's illegal to not like cops or whatever. But when it comes to this whole situation, the Breonna Taylor shit, like, and I will say, Kendick, for you to go on there and do an interview, don't tell me, oh, I wanted to be professional. Some people know how to be. Bitch, don't try to act like, and don't you ever try to say, oh, you know, that was a man-to-man, a real man-to-man conversation, you know, you got to know, blah, blah. I don't want to hear none of that bullshit. This was one of the cops that could have literally, we just know they all was shooting. So nobody knows who exactly was the real killer. I mean, Kendick he keeps saying this theory, and trust me, I have heard of the theories and shit, the point blank range shit. That's just him assuming that Kenneth Walker was the one that killed his own girl and all this shit, right? Right? During the interview, they talked about how Kenneth didn't have no blood on him. If he would have shot her at point blank range, he would have had blood all over him. It'd be just like going up to a watermelon, putting that motherfucking gun, touching the watermelon, shoot it. That's just you're gonna get wet and juices all over you. It's the same shit. Yeah, but see, for the autopsy, for them to say it was Cosgrove's bullet, how is that? Is it because let's be real, like, she was shot 5 times, right? They didn't walk up in there and see her just die. Kenneth did. He seen her trying to, you know, I'm sure he heard her last breath. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's just watch this video. Some of y'all may have seen it. Some of y'all may have not. It'll break down some shit. And I know Kendick's gonna be like, y'all's watching, see all that shit that he played is fucking lies and bullshit. Okay, well, the reason I'm about to play this shit and then break down what the fuck y'all talk about, like, it's just crazy. This motherfucker wants to ride Breonna Taylor's wave, right? Say he's all for Breonna Taylor and wants her justice and gives her, you know. But yeah, he can sit there and talk to a man that shot the fucking shit out of Breonna Taylor's house. Shot her. Even if he didn't shoot her, he attempted. It was an attempt to murder. Even if it wasn't his bullet. All of those motherfuckers attempted to kill whoever was in that bitch. All of them. And he can be smiling and all this shit. Kendick, you a fake ass motherfucker. You know that? To just be on there and just act like, bruh, you are one of the biggest clout chasing motherfuckers. Do you know that? You want that interview to go viral. That's why you did it. That's why you didn't go off on him. You knew if you go off on him or say some dumb shit, he's gonna exit out. If you ask him you kept it like how the news does. when they don't want to, they want to make it a good interview and they don't want that person to walk out. That's what you did. Instead of keeping it real. Oh, the way you talked when all right, when when Mattingly said something on Twitter about, oh, is this the guy that says that he can blah blah blah, you know what I just showed y'all. Okay, so Kendick talked a lot of shit, you know what I'm saying? Real shit. Talked a whole lot of motherfucking shit as if he was really gonna put him in his place. He didn't put nothing in, he didn't put nobody in no place. He sat there and agreed with this man. Like, oh yeah, you know, like they're buddies. You know what I'm saying? If y'all see on my thumbnail, I put these two have become friends and it's sick. That's what it looked like. It looked like these motherfuckers just became friends. Mattingly left the show by saying, all right, holler at me or talk to you later or some shit like that. And I bet they do. I bet he hit him up today. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. He wants that motherfucker to go viral. It's just sick. I mean, he wants to literally talk shit about like Sam Aguilar and say he's this and that, right? But one of the cops that was one of the shooters, he could sit there and act all cool with them. But yet he says he wants justice for Breonna Taylor. And then sit there and to ask him, it's like he just agreed with him the whole fucking time. How in the fuck you gonna ask John, hey, do you think Tamika Palmer should be in jail? Y'all, tell me why John says Tamika Palmer put a hit out on my head. She paid some Chicago guys to kill us. They were about to do a balloon celebration. He's saying that she wanted them dead that way, or dead in time of the balloon celebration. That way they could celebrate, you know, their death along with, you know, remembering Breonna Taylor. The motherfucker said this shit like as if it was fact. Like, oh yeah, she put a hit out on me. Why isn't she in jail then? If that's fact, and you're a cop or whatever, why isn't she in jail? Huh? I know a lot of y'all that haven't watched it are probably like, damn, I want to see what's going on with it. I got you. I'm gonna play that shit. You know what I'm saying? That's what Kendick wants. He wants it to go viral. So yeah. Let it be played. You know, let it be played wherever. Yeah, Dallas. That motherfucker was straight up smiling, laughing, like psychology 101. Yeah, you can sit there and play a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? But you just have had to have watched it to feel what I'm talking about. Like, and we're gonna get there. Let's watch this though. Yeah, Mattingly retired. Yeah, they probably did talk before the live. He was probably like, is there something that you don't want me to talk about? Because he kept, I mean, he knows. He made for sure. He said, I understand you're going through trial. Like, bruh, it was literally almost like he was like supporting him. Like, you know, I know I can't, you know, I know you can't say certain stuff because you're going through trial. And he's like, this man is fighting for his life. Do y'all know that Kendick in this interview, he said that nobody deserves life for this? That's what the fuck he said. That nobody deserves life for killing Breonna Taylor. What did they deserve then? 2 years? Probation? What did they deserve? Because when you say you wanted her to get justice, what is justice to you? If nobody deserves life, because the way you said it, it's not like you was meaning, oh, they don't deserve life, they deserve death. That's not how you said it. You got on there and became a sellout. You went on there and became like another person. You didn't. That's like one of those motherfuckers that says, when I see that motherfucker, I'm going to slap the shit out of him. And when they see him, hey, what's up, bro? How you been? You good? That type of motherfucker. That's how he fucking acted. It's sick. And see, yeah, even with Kenneth, all right, when he shot the gun at the ground to try to scare him off, I think it's just so crazy. And y'all are gonna see. I'm about to show y'all the setup, how all the cops, where they were positioned. You know what I'm saying? Where they were positioned. Mattingly was standing right in front of the door, but honestly, for it to just ricochet off the fucking ground and then go through the door and into his leg, you know what I'm saying? Like Mattingly, we know about the freshly shaved wound on your leg. We know about that, and the fresh surgically cut wound that you had. What was that about? Kendick, why didn't you ask him about that? Bitch. You went on there and kept it made it so easy for him. You didn't ask him no hard questions, nigga. You didn't ask him no hard questions. You asked him questions that helped him out. It was like you were trying to help get him justice, not Breonna Taylor. You went on there like to clear his name. That's what the fuck you did. You was a bitch for that too. I'm going to say that. You's a whole bitch for that. Bitch made motherfucker.
Do not walk by yourself.
Do not walk by yourself. That's for real. Man, I was told that so many times.
For months in residents outraged by the killing of Breonna Taylor campaigned for the police officers who shot her to face charges.
Commonwealth of Kentucky versus Brett Hankison.
In September, a grand jury investigation indicted one officer for shooting into a neighboring apartment and no one for killing Taylor.
That's the decision of the grand jury. I will grant the motion and assign God with the amount of $15,000.
Nah, Monkey, I'm talking about before they did surgery. You gotta understand. I done talked to some people. The people that got the real evidence. All the pictures of the evidence before he went to a doctor.
What happened in the final minutes of Breonna Taylor's life? A full telling of that story has been impeded. Because none of the 7 police officers who raided her apartment used body cameras, a violation of police policy.
7? How the fuck did they use body cam
With the
though?
recent release of thousands of documents and images collected during 3 investigations, the Times initiated a fresh examination of the case. We used crime scene photos to create a precise model of Taylor's apartment. We forensically mapped out and retraced the first bullet fired by Taylor's boyfriend and the 32 bullets that police shot in return through windows, walls, and ceilings. Using interviews officers gave to investigators, we charted their movements as they carried out the raid. And we analysed hours of 911 calls, grand jury proceedings, and footage by the SWAT team that arrived after the shooting.
Monkey,
Members of the grand
I'm
jury
talking
have
about
accused
something
Kentucky's
different.
Attorney General Daniel Cameron of shielding the
I'm
officers
telling y'all,
involved from
y'all,
homicide charges.
the stuff that I'm talking about is stuff that isn't public information. I'm telling you, real shit.
Boom, 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 boom.
Sergeant Mattingly may have been justified in returning fire when he's fired upon, but our new analysis paints a more complicated picture about how this raid was compromised from beginning to end.
And Kendick knew about what I'm talking about too, and he didn't ask about it.
And tactical mistakes of a hodgepodge team of officers, their failure to properly announce their presence at Taylor's, the chaos and excessive use of force that ensued. And we'll explore the damning analysis of an experienced SWAT
I can't
who
send
was
it
called to the scene
because
after the shooting.
We just got the feeling that night.
I mean, that's why I haven't mentioned who told me this information.
The focus of the police
Y'all know how I
investigation
am.
on March
If a
13th
person
is not
tells me
Taylor's
not to do
apartment,
it,
but properties 10
but
miles
that's what I'm
away in
saying.
West Louisville,
Like,
Metro Police.
Hands behind your back, boss.
We're executing a search warrant. Come out.
where dozens of SWAT and police officers arrest an ex-boyfriend of Taylor's and his associates and seize evidence including drugs. These officers are wearing their body cameras and they carry out the raid safely and without
you hear
incident.
that? They wore their body
What the
cameras,
SWAT team doesn't know
but
is
not
that
on
at
Breonna
this time,
Taylor.
a hastily assembled team of
Huh.
narcotics officers is about to raid Taylor's home across town. They suspect her ex-boyfriend keeps cash or drugs there, but their intel is poor. They don't know she has a new boyfriend, and they think she lives alone.
Huh.
When 7 officers begin the raid at 12:40 a.m., they notice the lights are off, except for the flicker of a TV in a bedroom.
The light on the bedroom, the TV. I remember seeing it lit up blue, or when we pulled up.
Suggesting they know where Taylor is. In less than 3 minutes, she would be fatally shot.
Less than
Inside,
3
Taylor had
fucking
dozed
minutes.
off while watching a movie with her boyfriend, Kenneth Walker. Adjacent is the bedroom of Taylor's sister, but she's not home. A hallway from the bedrooms leads to a living area, and the apartment's entrance is in this breezeway. The only light is this lamp opposite her door, where now the police begin to stack. In this reconstruction, we hear the official testimonies given by the 2 officers nearest the door, Mattingly and Nobles, Cosgrove, who's providing cover, and Hoover and Hankinson beside them. And we'll hear from neighbors and Kenneth Walker, who was interviewed by police right after the shooting.
When we all got up in line, I knocked on the door, banged on it.
Just as Mattingly begins to knock, a man emerges from the apartment directly above. He doesn't live there, but is picking up his child after finishing work.
The door right there, that's why the babysitter leave. So I came to pick up my little girl.
A squabble with Detective Brett Hankinson ensues.
Of course, Brett Hankinson would be the one to point the gun up
I
there.
remember Brett extending his
Bitch
gun saying,
ass.
"Get back in your apartment, get back
Of
in your
course, it
apartment."
would be him.
Brett was a little bit worked up. I remember looking at Brett saying, "Brett, relax. Brett, just relax, relax."
The man retreats inside. The police are supposed to be conducting a knock and announce raid, but that's not what Mattingly says happened.
He
at
was there
first.
ready to kill
We didn't
somebody,
announce the
y'all.
first couple because our intent was to give her plenty of time to come to the door.
Inside, Taylor wakes up.
So there's a loud bang at the door. She pops up out of sleep and scared her. Yeah, me too. Like, who is that?
Banged on the door, no response. Banged on it again, no response. At that point, we started announcing ourselves.
Whether the police announce themselves clearly enough is a critical issue in this story that we'll return to later on. Not knowing who's at the door this late, Walker grabs his licensed handgun.
Another knock at the door. She's like, who is it? Loud at the top of her lungs. No response. So I'm like, what the heck?
They rush to get dressed and walk toward the door.
Never even made it like mid-hallway. But as loud as we were screaming to say who it is, I know whoever would be on the other side of the door could hear us.
Outside, some of the police do hear Taylor,
I can hear somebody inside. I kept telling John, I can hear her.
but after knocking and waiting for around 45 seconds, they decided they've given her enough time to respond and rammed the door open.
The last time, I just said, let's just hit it. And that's when we did the, police search warrant.
We'll show here what the police and Walker describe seeing next.
And I hit it. After the third hit, it flew open. And that's when it hit the fan.
As we're coming to the door like comes off the hinges like an explosion.
The officers now make a tactical mistake. Mattingly steps into the doorway and puts himself in what police describe as the fatal funnel, a position vulnerable to gunfire and hard to move from.
I could see down the hallway, and there's the male and a female. side by side, shoulder to shoulder, almost like they were together.
The apartment is lit only by the breezeway light that's coming from behind Mattingly and the faint glare of the TV in Taylor's bedroom.
You can't see anybody, though. It was dark. There was no lights.
Thinking it's an intruder, Walker aims low, shoots once, and hits Mattingly in the thigh.
I feel like I aimed down because I wasn't, of course, I don't need to kill anybody. So I just let off one shot.
Mattingly immediately returns fire.
I got 4 rounds off, and it was like boom, 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 boom.
Then all of a sudden there's a whole lot of shots.
Mattingly fires 2 more rounds when he falls and takes cover. Almost at the same time, Cosgrove moves in and fires, stepping on Mattingly in the process. He has now also put himself in the fatal funnel, and although he's shooting, he appears to have no idea what's happening.
I see blinding, vivid, white light and blackness at the same time. I don't hear any gunfire at all, ever. And I did not have any pain sensation or any recollection that I'm firing.
He continues shooting blindly until he runs out of ammunition, a total of 16 rounds.
If you told me I didn't fire a gun, I'd be like, okay, I believe you.
In response to Walker's shot, Mattingly and Cosgrove together fire 4 shots into a chair, cupboards, and a stove in the kitchen. 2 bullets go into the ceiling and pass through the living room in the apartment above, where the man, his 2-year-old daughter, and babysitter waited.
That's ridiculous.
3 more shots go into the living room wall to the right. And the officers fire 13 rounds down the hallway where Taylor and Walker stood. Taylor is shot 6 times on both sides of her body, in the abdomen and chest,
I thought it was
her
5.
arm and leg, and twice in her foot. In all, these 2 officers fired 22 rounds in less than a minute. An FBI ballistics report found that both of them
Y'all
shot
see
Taylor.
the other
And
one?
one of the
He's
6
laying on the
rounds
ground.
Cosgrove fired was the lethal bullet.
We both dropped to the ground. But I just hear her screaming. And
He could have pulled her, bro.
Thinking they're under attack, some of the officers flee when they hear a pause in shooting.
There was a little bitty moment of no shots. I was like, here's the time to go. And then it all started up again.
We don't know the precise sequence of events, but Detective Hankinson runs to the front.
I can hear the firing as I'm making the corner. I can see the flashes, the muzzle flashes.
But the only ones shooting are police. Even though all the curtains are drawn, Hankinson blindly fires 5 bullets through the patio windows.
My only option was to return fire, and I did that to the muzzle flashes.
He moves and fires
That
5 more
motherfucker was
rounds
shooting
through
at the
bedroom window of
police.
Taylor's sister.
They didn't really ever think of it like that.
Walker and
He was
Taylor.
shooting at the
None
police.
hits them.
The bullets that go into the living area pass over Taylor's table and smash her clock. 3 penetrate the wall and enter her neighbor's
Damn, I think I
apartment.
got that same
Those
clock.
bullets also smash the kitchen table, hit a wall, and shatter the patio doors at the rear. A pregnant woman, her son, and partner were home. Hankinson has been charged with wantonly endangering their lives. In total, the police fire 32 bullets, penetrating almost every room in Taylor's apartment. They hit saucepans, cereal boxes, and smash into her shower. They puncture shoes, shatter cleaning equipment, and land in her sister's clothing. And 3 minutes after police came to search her home, a fatally wounded Taylor is lying on the ground.
I'm just panicking and I'm telling somebody, I'm yelling help because she's right here bleeding and nobody's coming and I'm just confused and scared and I feel the same right now. That's it.
Months later, when Attorney General Daniel Cameron presented the charges against Hankinson and said that Mattingly and Cosgrove's actions were justified, he emphasized that police did properly announce themselves.
Evidence shows
Yeah, he shot
that
6
officers
times.
knocked
I
and
had it wrong
announced
earlier.
their presence at the apartment.
But actually, the evidence is far from clear. In 911 calls immediately after the shooting, Taylor's neighbors don't know police are carrying out a raid.
Please get a police down here. They are shooting range. Something's going on next door.
So did Cosgrove have a gun that nobody else had as far as caliber? Because how would they know it was his shot?
None of Taylor's neighbors heard the officers announce. This apartment's patio door was open.
I was completely unaware that it was
Two teenagers in this apartment heard a commotion, but didn't hear police announce through their open window, their mom said.
They told me that nothing was said, that they just beat on the door. I said, so y'all don't know if it was them? She was like, they didn't say that, they just beat on the door.
And the family who lived directly above Taylor also
We'll
heard.
never know.
Before the gunshots come out, did you hear anything?
Conversations or anything like that? People talking? No.
In their statements and in interviews with the Times, over a dozen neighbours say they did not hear the police.
Over a
Attorney
dozen.
General Cameron's assertion rests on the accounts of police officers
Probably
and a
'cause they
single
didn't
witness,
say shit.
Aaron Sarpy, the man collecting his daughter that night,
Come on, y'all.
who saw the police
It
when
was
he
a
came outside.
fucking no knock warrant. Why
In his
would they
first
say
interview
something?
with investigators, Sarpy was asked what he heard when he went back inside.
Did you ever hear anyone identify themselves as police? No, nobody identified themselves.
Months later, he told police his memory was foggy, but that he thought officers did announce. And beyond what the police said, this critical grand jury conclusion rested on his entirely inconsistent account.
It's ridiculous.
After the raid, the scene outside is chaos. Officers tend to Mattingly, but an ambulance that had been staging nearby is nowhere to be found.
Somebody give me the radio SWAT on it.
They radio the SWAT officers across town,
EMS on it.
who were surprised by the call.
We're Springfield. They're requesting armor down there. We're going to go ahead and take it. Let's go.
They head for Taylor's address.
It's an apartment.
I didn't know they were in that. I knew it was part of his destination.
A SWAT arrives. Close to 40 police vehicles are already at the scene.
That's crazy, y'all. You see all that shit?
Taylor's boyfriend, Kenneth Walker, is being arrested.
You've been hit by a bullet. Keep walking backward. Hey, come on, we need to get
So, hey, Dallas,
Keep walking backward.
how should I say this?
You're scared. Right. Walk back, I'll send this up. Walk back to me.
Walker had called 911, and neighbors had heard his pleas for help. But at 1 a.m., almost 20 minutes after the shooting, the police still don't know Taylor.
I'll say it like this, Dallas. So, do you think the interview was suspect?
Yeah, my girlfriend. It's her house. We have to go ahead. There's somebody. What is this about?
As Walker is being led out, SWAT gets ready to secure the apartment.
Hey, there's a kid upstairs. He's not. There's a kid upstairs. Little kid.
That y'all didn't give a fuck about.
What the? Hey, front door.
Big ass guns.
Short. Clear. Looks like clear. Go ahead and get EMS in here. Check your pulse.
Only now, half an hour after the raid began, does an EMT finally check Taylor. And later, as two officers stand guard, they take in the scene. They see Taylor's uniform. She worked as an emergency room technician in city hospitals. They note
The look on his face was like, oh my God, we just shot a nurse or some shit.
Outside, the SWAT officers debrief on what they've seen.
Hey, camera's off there, but yeah.
This is the fucking one that said it is.
The SWAT commander who was called to Taylor's home after the raid was later interviewed by investigators.
We just got the feeling that night that
Mattingly has talked to a lot of people, y'all. He's done so many interviews.
He said there was no coordination with SWAT.
So, like he even said in the
They were going
interview,
to be at that apartment that night. I would have advised them 100% not to do it.
And that executing another warrant
he's
at the
sticking with
same
his
time
story
may
because
have
his story is
compromised
the
Taylor's
truth.
safety.
So there's no
We
need to
treat
switch it up.
Safety very important, right?
That's,
so, like,
in my opinion, that's all
simultaneous
he's doing.
bad business.
Sticking with the
Narcotics
same
officers
story.
testified that they didn't know Taylor had a new boyfriend.
He's desperate at the same time.
Or that her 2-year-old
These cops are facing, well, he ain't, but other cops are facing life.
Massey said the department had a
He don't
history
want
of
to
poor
fuck up.
intelligence gathering.
Back in the day, we would take a lot of detective information and take it as golden. Not anymore, because so often there's no kids, there's no dogs, we're told, there's kids and dogs. So we have an exhaustive recon process that we go through.
He said standing in the doorway, the fatal funnel, as Mattingly and Cosgrove had, was a tactical mistake.
Is it practical or is it even common for 3 people to be in what we consider the fatal funnel?
Absolutely not. No. You would never put yourself in that situation.
and that there's a right way and a wrong way to conduct a raid.
You knock, announce, and give people ample time to leave.
We're not going to rush in to get dope. We're not going to treat human life more important than any amount of dope, right?
And just to be clear, no drugs were ever found at Taylor's.
His harshest criticism was of
about money.
blocking shots into the apartment.
You have to know, A, what you're shooting at, B, what's in front of it, and B, what's behind it. There's no way you can operate. It was just an egregious act.
Under Kentucky law, Kenneth Walker had a right to stand his ground against what he believed was an aggressor, and the police in turn have a right to self-defense.
This is how I'm looking at shit right now. Thinking. You know, I see in the comments, like Dallas, he said, could be wrong, but I think Mattingly has been telling the true story all along. As far as story goes, all I'm looking at is they went in there and killed Breonna Taylor. All I'm looking at is they went in there on a fucked up search warrant. A woman has already pled guilty to lying to get that search warrant signed by the judge. They all went over there with no body cam footage, right? Or no body cams on. They go over to, because they already planned on hitting multiple spots, which I noticed that SWAT was like, I didn't know even know they were hitting that spot tonight. Why wouldn't SWAT be told there's going to be multiple spots being hit tonight? You know what I'm saying? Think about it. Look, I'm from the streets. When you got a trap house, is what they would call it, right? A place where they keep their drugs, where they sell the drugs, where they might cook the drugs, whatever. You know, however you want to look at it. Right? So if they go to, and they found drugs, go to Breonna Taylor's ex-boyfriend's house, because it's a whole investigation or whatever, they're like, okay, we're going to go pop them all at once, right? Get them all at once so that nobody can get warned, hey, blah, 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 just got popped, go hide, blah, blah, blah. Common sense. That's just how it is. Think about this. That's why they went ready to, to shoot, because they don't know what they're fucking getting themselves into. When it comes to drugs, think about this, y'all. Of course, when it's somebody that is known to sell drugs, and look, you got to understand this: a street person that they don't got guns and stuff for the police. They got guns and shit because when you're known for selling shit, you got a target on you from the streets. Somebody find out, oh yeah, he like traps out at that house. He actually keeps the stuff there. Some homies get together and be like, hey, we about to go hit that house tonight. Being a trapper, or even if you're a trapper and you're a person that has done kick doors, going to rob motherfuckers, you got that mindset of, okay, it can happen to me. So yeah, we got to stay strapped up in this bitch. Have some cameras, some motion lights, so we know what the fuck's going on. Maybe some dogs outside to alert us at any time. Like my dogs, any small noise that's heard, my dogs start barking. Right? Like, for example, when I be on this bitch for multiple hours, everybody sleep, right? As soon as I get up, and I go to open the door to leave this room, dogs start barking at anything. So yeah. So my point of all this is I feel like, and I'm assuming anytime a cop assumes that there could be gunfire, that it could happen when there's drugs involved, when they need proof. Like, okay, when they go into someone's house and they're like, okay, like when they had the body cam footage on for Breonna Taylor's boyfriend, right? When they had that body cam footage on, I'm assuming that's because we want to document that we find drugs, because I mean, come on now, that shit could be planted. So I'm sure they did that for that reason, or just in case there was a gunfire. That's why they was already with guns, right? But over at Breonna Taylor's house, they don't. That's supposed to be where the money is. You don't. I mean, common sense. The money is probably guarded with weapons. Kentucky, you can have weapons. So, I mean, you got to think of it like that. And that clearly they was. Hankinson went over there ready. I mean, bruh, I've been in real situations where you're going revenge type situations where it's like, okay, just ready to shoot. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, because you're about to technically go into a little like war. You know what I'm saying? Like could be a shootout. So it's like, all right, and anybody that's around the house moving around, yeah, it's getting pulled. The gun's getting pulled up, whatever. And you know what I'm saying? And the upstairs, you see the little part where, and I didn't watch that whole video. I just kind of skimmed through it. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna play that to go along with the shit that I'm gonna be playing tonight, to make it all one little story or whatever, right? And yeah, I see that, and of course, all this technically is he say. Well, I'll just say he say, because I want to say it was all men there. But there's no body cam footage to really show what the fuck they was doing or where they were standing. This is off of their stories. John says that he you know, had to tell Hankinson, calm down, just calm down, you know, relax. Because he pulls a gun out, you know, and aims at him because he sees a guy come from upstairs. Yeah. They are. I mean, there was clearly Hankinson was there ready to kill. That's why he was shooting all through the motherfucking window. You know what I'm saying? See, I don't know how much they drug test, but you know, yeah, I bet he was on some drugs that night. You know what I'm saying? When snorted a line, he looks like a, you know, and plus, you know, he used to hang out with Kendick and shit, you know, at the strip clubs. Bro, I know about them strip clubs. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of motherfuckers that's on one. You know what I'm saying? Like casinos, motherfuckers that be there at 3, 4 in the morning. Them motherfuckers, some motherfuckers, not everybody. A lot of motherfuckers, they in there tweak the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? And they're hitting them slots. Nigga, I know about that motherfucking shit. Them niggas, you know, and some motherfuckers, yeah, they may not do meth, but they'll do a ecstasy pill, which from where I'm from, we call them rolls. But yeah, or Molly, you know what I'm saying? That shit is pretty much all the same feeling, upper. And then you gotta come down and you feeling like shit, right? Bro, I know about all that shit. The motherfuckers be tweaked out in that motherfucking casino. They motherfuckers be yeah. But Yeah, 1 second. I'm trying to get this other video situated. Let's see, do it like this. But regardless of what the interview, what they say in the interview, Kendick is saying all this and that he wants justice for Breonna Taylor. I'm telling you, I'm gonna keep it real. I watched it just one time through, so it's not like I just got to sit there and just really listen to so I don't really. It's not like I mastered their story. You know what I'm saying? So honestly, watching it again, there might be something new that I hear in there, but it just didn't seem the whole interview was just crazy to me. Like this didn't seem like the Kendrick these whole 2 years that he said he wanted justice for Breonna Taylor. This, for the first time that I've seen him this way, it was like he wanted justice for John Mattingly. You know what I'm saying? Like, he talked about the mayor and all this shit. Yo, I did a show one day, and I actually I took it's a picture. Well, I didn't take the picture, but it's a picture of the mayor of Louisville and Kendick, right? And he's smiling away, big cheese, right? And I was clowning. I'm like, why are you just so happy to see him, huh? You just so happy, like he a celebrity or some shit. And he was like, you know what? I was happy. He said, because I was an up and coming businessman, and I don't give a so the fuck what? Fuck that mayor. And that's what you say now, right? Fuck him. I might have to do the instead of showing y'all, y'all might just have to listen to the interview, because the shit on my computer, it's like it don't want to fucking load for some reason. I don't understand. I wish y'all could see it, but because I wish I want y'all to see, because body language and seeing how everyone is speaking, that also matters. But I mean, audio is still audio. It's just all the smiling and shit that Kendick was doing. It's like, bruh, you know how they say time heals? From 2020 to now, all that anger that Kendick had in him about, wanting justice and the shit that went wrong and all this shit. Time has healed him. It seems. Well, it's like I say it seems, because just the other day he was talking all kind of cash shit, talking all like a hard ass, about what he, about Mattingly, and say, I'm gonna bring you out into deep waters. You will drown. Bruh. What deep? Bruh, you brought him to the kiddie pool. He said he was going to bring him out to deep waters and he was going to drown. Yeah. I bring up IG, right? I don't know what the fuck is going on, but I bring it up to get ready to show y'all, and then it just like as if I push exit out of it. So this is how we're gonna do it.
Wait on them to figure it out, y'all. I wasn't disrespectful towards cops. You always treated me good. We're gonna wait on the. It's Kendrick. I said, what about him? He said, no, he's a boxer.
Kendrick is a boxer. Man, I seen a video, a little boxing video of him from some. I think it was like 6 years ago or something. And apparently he won. He didn't knock the shit out.
It'd be this right here. Then I can tell you. Hold on. Actually, you know what? Yeah, push the plus sign. So there's a plus sign right down here. See this? You see that plus sign? Hit that plus sign and then hit the camera button.
Let me see something.
Plus sign, then hit the camera button. See this? Hold on. There's a plus sign right there. See that? Hit that and then hit the camera button. I can do it for you. Plus sign, then hit the camera button. And then there's a camera button. Yeah, send the invite.
Hold on, I'm trying.
Wait. Until then, this is what I'm gonna do, because I gotta stay in my mode. We're gonna wait on them to figure it out, y'all. As far as this case and what happened, your words and your story did not get put before the world like the lies did. Your 100%. Most definitely. And so
I
at
just
the end
don't
of the
want to
day,
hold this up
I'm
for a
just here
whole
to tell you
hour.
thank you. And hopefully we can clear some of these things up with this open dialogue we're about to have.
Yeah, so you and I met back, I think, in like 2000, probably 10, at Captain's Quarters. That's when we first met.
What? They met in 2010?
First time I met you, you walked by and you said, "What's up?" And I said, "Hey." And then one of the cops that was there said, "You know who that is?" I went, "I don't know who it is. It's Kendick." I said, "What about him?" I said, "Oh, he's a boxer. Watch out, he'll go in here and knock somebody out." Right. And I was like, "Well, if he'll knock me out, I don't care," you know. But so we talk every week. We're friendly. I never had any issues with you. So, you know, you and I are on different levels than other people are.
And I never wanted to put that story out there because it would have threw people off. They'd been like, "Oh, he's a narc, he's a cop," but you always treated me good.
You've been friends with cops.
Who worked at Captain Quarters.
He's known him since 2010. What the fuck?
I around with respect. I had mannerisms. I wasn't disrespectful towards cops.
They did motherfucking cool.
But at the end of the day, I just wanted to let
That's
people
why
know we do know each other from passing, and I've always showed you up.
He never spoke on that, y'all. He never said, "I've known him since 2010.
That's the big roadblock. People don't know how to
All he spoke about was Brett Hankinson.
I don't care what end of town you're from, white, black, rich, poor, east end,
Oh,
west end,
wow.
south end. Everybody
I didn't see
wants
that.
the same thing. We just want respect out of other people.
Whoa.
And we want to be treated fairly. I
Motherfucker.
mean, that's it. So
Snake
that
snitching
kind of brings
ass,
us here because,
cop ass
I think
nigga.
I reached out to you, I think it was about a year ago. You didn't see it on your, it's probably hidden in your little requested whatever.
Some people had sent me a screenshot, and I'm like, "Where's this coming from? And how isn't this breaking news?" And then as I was on IG Live doing a live, because I was pissed, I'm thinking it happened just this past August, a couple of days ago.
No,
After I
dumbass.
ended my live, can't make this up. IG had it showing on my other phone, and I'm like, huh? So they basically, and then when I found out about it, they put it right there at the top of my messages that I hadn't read, and I was like, wow. goes to that we're actually dealing with something bigger than just politicians. You got people who are involved with social media who's in on keeping the truth, and people who are willing to talk the truth, keeping us from talking to each other.
Yeah, let me say this to your audience, because, you know, we don't have a voice with your audience. We just don't, unless they read the book, or, you know, they're going to hear whatever they hear on the news, which is always skewed. I don't care which side it comes from, right, left, middle. It's always lies. Most of it is. It just really is. And it's whatever's going to get the next click and the next.
I'm working on view. So y'all can see it.
My biggest issue with this whole event, even though some things were done wrong, and now some of that's come to light, which I'm glad it has, that some things were done right that have been lied about. My biggest issue was with Fisher and Conrad, the two leaders, and David James and the city council, having the facts at hand, having all this knowledge up front, all the stuff that people are starting to know now, or that they heard in Brett's other trial, or that's in my book. They had their hands on that from day one, and they refused to put it out. And my question to them from the beginning, you with David James, I was like, dude, you're going to let our city burn because lies are going out there. And I understand, like my kids, okay, so I got adult kids, and they came to me with this, and they were like, hey, I'm going to have to defriend this person I've known since middle school. And I said, wait a minute. I said, all they're hearing are lies. We're taught to believe the news growing up, right? We go, okay, where are we going to hear our news from? What's the news? They're going to tell the truth. So all these lies have been put out, and nobody has debunked them. Nobody's come back and said, wait a minute, that's not true. Nobody in a leadership position anyway has come out and said, that's not true. And then they paid the family the $12 million, which is fine. I have zero issues with that. But so what's that make us look like? It makes us look guilty on all fronts. Now, again,
can y'all hear it good?
Recently, last couple of weeks, some things were not up and up, and that's fine. Hold those people accountable. I have no issue with that. Right. But all the other stuff that you heard all along the way, wrong address, sleep in bed, Glover was already in custody, all these things that were just such blatant lies that they easily had access to. They could have showed that warrant from day one and said, no, the address is on it. Here it is. Right. Part's a lie. Ben Crump's lying about that. Or them coming out saying, she didn't even know Jamarcus Glover. Man, they've been together off and on for 7 years. How are they going to say she didn't even know him? You know, just stuff like that. Really easy stuff that's easy to refute could have come out motions down some. I know there were still going to be emotions. I know, I did this for 21 years, mostly in the black community. So I understand the emotions that are at play with black and white. I get it. My son-in-law is black. I've got biracial grandkids. I get it. We've talked about it. He and I have. So I understand some of the dynamics. I'm not black, so I can't fully understand the dynamics.
Yo, he's probably said this about 50 times in other interviews.
Back and forth. And
that's why he's so calm, y'all.
Like you said, is the key thing that's missing in this country, and especially in the city of Louisville.
And with you being a man of understanding, I want to say this. I know you understand my position and why some of the things that I did that appeared to be off the record and crazy, because unfortunately, if you don't go on a YouTube show and you don't take shots of bourbon while you're telling your story and somewhat of just a man versus just an officer, nobody's going to listen to you. And so these things are called marketing tactics. And so with some of the things that I've done, unfortunately, I'm not proud of some of the things I had to do. But unfortunately, in order to teach some of the people that I'm trying to teach, which are a lot of the people are people of color, they're not going to pay attention to somebody who's just telling the truth or trying to get down to the bottom of truth, which is normal words and no drama and no cussing. So that's why I had to operate the way I've done.
No one's going to listen to you if you tell the truth.
Because people are not going to sit and just listen to the truth. One thing you know, John, is before the police, there was politicians. Politicians came before police officers. And so at the end of the day, everybody is, playing this race card when it comes to the police department. But nobody paid attention to the politicians, the David James and the people who participated in covering this stuff up. And they got a history of racism. On top of that, you touched on something with the $12 million. That was not normal. That's not normal procedure to give the family $12 million before the indictment and the possible grand jury trial. So the question is, why are these politicians who have a long bloodline of racism actually more racist than the police department's history? Their history goes back into other countries. A politician is something that is global. And so at the end of the day, nobody paid attention to why did they jump the gun, these politicians? And on top of that, why did the officer and all the people who was actually on the team get the finger pointed at them. And a lot of y'all was forced to retire. I've lost y'all job. But all the politicians that participated in this are actually it's still in place and actually candidates to go even higher. And that's sick.
Yeah, let's talk about the gentrification going on down on Elliott and all that area. I mean, just 2 weeks ago, did you see where the city sued to take eminent domain of that old church that's down there?
I'll tell you
what. Pay attention to that?
I'm hearing rumors of a lot of different stuff, but I know what's going on, and I don't even watch the news no more. You know why? Because it's all misleading. It plays with your emotions, and it makes you angry, especially people like me and you. I guarantee you, just like me, you can't watch the news without getting pissed off. It's insane.
No, I rarely watch it. I get stuff from social media, but when I saw that, I thought, man, that's just another piece of the puzzle. Why are people not waking up? If the city's going to sue to take somebody's church so they can build a new complex, then I heard that there's some – I wish I remember the street. It's down in that same area that they're building all this stuff. They went in and the city said they're going to reclaim this area as a flood domain so they can go in and basically steal these people's property. And one of the guys that was on this case went, well, what's wrong with that guy's property? He keeps it up. It's nice. He keeps his grass cut. Why would you take his property? And they're like, well, it's going to be a park. We need to make that a park. And I'm going, how is that constitutional? How is that even if it is, how is it morally right? It's not morally right, because if I work hard for something, you shouldn't, and I choose to live where I live, you should not be able to come in and say, we want to put a park here, so you got to go somewhere else. And if you don't, then we'll just reclaim it as a floodplain and then kick you out, and you won't get insurance, and we'll do all this stuff to you. So it's just, man, talk about politicians are so crooked, man, from the top down. It's unreal.
And I'm glad you brought that up. The situation was going on with the gentrification down there in the Elliott area, and not to mention who's up next, which would have been the California neighborhood, because people need to realize, like, Reverend Cosby's a pretty smart guy. He's that man over there in the California neighborhood. He's like, okay, let me see how this situation with the Russell neighborhood go. And now that you see what went down in the Russell neighborhood, you're probably going to see a lot things go a lot different when they start to re-gentrify the California neighborhood. But I'm glad you brought that up, because when you talk about this gentrification project, right, that was what Sam Aguiar, after he had already told so many, he came out the gate. First, he said that y'all went to the wrong house. Then he came out and said that y'all had a no-knock warrant. It was supposed to be knocking and announce. Just so the lies he told. It was just so many out the gate and kept switching it. But I find it weird that Sam Aguiar had all these stories and stuff about, and then he ended up ultimately kind of for a second he pinned it on the gentrification project, which what was going down in Russell. But then you see a guy by the name of Chris Will. His father was actually the president of that situation what's going on down there in the Russell Vision project. But he's the main protester that is speaking up and supporting Sam Aguiar and Sam Aguiar's theory. But Sam Aguiar's theory points towards Chris Will's father would be to blame for that, which they ultimately put Mayor Fisher's face as far as being the main person as far as the re-gentrification project. But that was, if that is true, let's just say Sam Aguiar is telling the truth, right? Then how did you get the guy's son, who is the president of that project, to support and stand with you and also be down there at Breakaway all day, every day, and was the main guy who claims he was knocking cops out and actually claimed that y'all shot him during the protest? I'm like, if I shot during the protest, that would be all over the news.
Yeah. He must have meant with the pepper ball. I don't know.
No.
But, I don't know anything about it. Go ahead.
I asked him, I said, and you know this, I said, was it a rubber bullet? He said, no, I got shot. Blood filled up my... I said, if you guys the protest leader during the protest, that would have been all over the news.
Yeah, that would have been nationwide. Ain't no doubt about that. No, I don't know anything about his dad. I don't know the connections there. I do know this, that when Fisher circumvented city council, because I think anything over $1 million they're supposed to approve on these settlements. I think when Sam said a lot of stuff I disagree with, and Sam's doing his job for the attorney for that family, whatever. I don't begrudge people for doing a good job. Maybe if I needed a good civil lawyer, I'd call Sam. I don't know. But what I do know is this is I think it was 2 or 3 days after he amended that warrant to add the gentrification in. That's when the Mayor Fisher settled. He was like, oh, I can't testify. I'm not going to swear under oath that none of this happened. That's when they settled and did away with it. Then you heard no more about it. It just kind of disappeared in the wind. Well, there's something to it.
That's because man
what
actually involved as far as investing, and on top of that, he was responsible for the grant money that was given to the people to actually, start the redevelopment.
Yeah, let's talk about those grant monies. Who gets those? All his friends, the same ones at Nulu, the same ones that go out to dinner with him, the same. All this stuff is so much under the table. This money shuffling around that we don't see.
I'm glad you mentioned Nulu, because you ever pay attention to what happened with the protests? A lot of these properties got destroyed, and a lot of people don't know this, but a lot of the properties that got destroyed was owned by out-of-towners. Now, we've been knowing that we was going to have somebody else come in, a Kenny Payne or somebody of that magnitude.
Does this shit have anything to do with Breonna Taylor?
Back on track, and the city grows as the basketball team is having success. That's our downtown area. That's why the Young Center's there. But did you notice how nobody did any damage over in Nulu? They didn't. The protesters really didn't go over there. They went over, I think, 1 or 2 times, and they shifted completely away from there. That's called political. That's how you knew there was somebody involved in the political world that was really calling the shots with the protesters.
Oh yeah, not only with the protesters, with the police on where they were positioning them to keep them from going, and then where they would back off and allow them to go. And that was the big beef with the guys on the ground because, and I'll tell you what, Kendrick, a lot of the guys, even a year later, it wasn't until the book came out that I had some guys on the department reach out to me. And everybody thinks all the police know each other. We don't. I know very few cops on Louisville police just because I was in a specialty unit. I'm older. They're young. There's a lot of young cops. I don't know most of them. Probably 80% of them. I don't know. Maybe more. But I can't tell you how many reached out to me and were like, holy crap, I didn't know any of that stuff. So they're down there asking them to do something for a cause that they don't even know what they're fighting for.
Exactly.
They're just sticking them down there going, do what we tell you. Okay, now that they're coming at you, we're going to release you and let you be police. Oh, never mind, we're going to pull you back. Oh, move you over here. Let them take that area. Oh, now go reclaim that area and cause even more problems. So there was so much confusion and so much disorganization at the top of the police department. And it starts with the chief. Conrad was weak as toilet paper, man. He was horrible. And then you brought in Schroeder, who was no better. Just cowards, man. They're a bunch of cowards who couldn't stand up to the mayor or Amy Hessen, and they ruined our city. They really did.
Well, it's funny that you bring up Conrad. I was actually, you got to divide and conquer. So I understand that that technique to divide and conquer. So I was actually a person that was, acting as if I'm a fan of Conrad because Conrad came out. You know what he said about Hankison right away.
Bullshit,
so
nigga.
We got Hank and Conrad against each other. That's what we need. But I'm glad you're missing Conrad's name because I'm pretty sure, I'm not sure if you know this, but there's a guy by the name of David Maurer who's supposed to be.
He said actor. Let me find something real quick.
But he's actually Conrad's really, really good friend. In fact, best friend. And he was actually Conrad's power of attorney. And so with that being said, it was a big time red flag because I'm like, David Maurer is down there on the ground controlling the narrative. And then on top of that, the protesters was wrong. I was down there. I seen it. I'll be the first to say it. They did a lot of things that was unlawful and illegal, and they need to be held accountable for, right? But then you got this attorney down there that's making like everything is okay and trying to beat all these cases and stuff that.
Yeah, I'll support you all for free. I'll represent all of you for free.
I seen these guys. Everybody's seen it. They poured gas and set the courthouse on fire. That's not only a charge. That's a federal charge, right? So on that, I'm like, how did they get away with all that? And then I start putting 2 and 2 together because they got away with it because they're saying, if you keep on helping us control the narrative and do everything we tell y'all, then we'll keep you out of trouble. And so that's exactly what happened. You've seen the people.
Let me give you a little inside baseball, and it might eventually come out, but I was given by several good sources that Muir, or however you say his name, David Maurer was in contact the entire time with one of the lieutenant colonels, and they were giving them the logistics of where the police were going to be stationed so he could guide the people down there where to go the opposite way. And just shady backdoor deals all the way around.
Hey,
and you got to scratch.
Honestly, that's some real shit, though.
Because that was my biggest question all along.
Yeah, he had to connect to let the protesters know how to get the fuck away from the cops.
It could be different, but the fact
but
that
Kendick thinks that's a bad thing.
Why are they doing this? What's the end
fucking
game?
retard?
I never understood it. I still don't quite understand it because I sit back and go, if you're the leader of a city and you want to go. Maybe Fisher don't want to do anything, but I think he aspired for Congress or Senate, or thought he was going to get in somebody's White House somewhere. And I sit back and go, well, why would you lead the city down this path then? I just don't understand it. And if you care so much about the black community, like he's always saying and always doing, then why are you basically drawing all these people into this funnel to get them in trouble? Because that's what you're doing. He kept inviting people, come protest. We want you to come protest. We want you to come protest. Why? What's the point? So they can get in trouble, like you said? Because you and I both know how it is. Even on Bardstown Road or in St. Matthews at night when people are drinking, you get a couple rowdy people, they can influence a lot of people. And all of a sudden, you've got a whole crowd of people ready to fight and ready to do whatever. Because we can incite people. We're human nature, and that's just how we're built. Somebody gets us excited. You go to a ball game, somebody starts cheering, everybody starts cheering. And that's the same thing that was happening down there. You had a few people, not everybody. There was a lot of good people that went down there to protest because they thought they were doing the right thing. They were doing it for injustice. They were doing it for whatever. But then you got that small group that came down there and incited stuff. And
I don't mean to make you mad.
Shit, those 100 people are doing it. I'll jump in on it too. Why not? But one thing, what happened January 6th? No different.
One thing about Fisher, I know you didn't get to see this because by then you couldn't even probably be seen publicly the way they had, put this story.
They won't even
Fisher
let me pause this
shit. To the protesters and came down there through the guy Shannon.
I want to
Cook,
pause it.
Who is registered as a pastor, a bishop, a pastor of Russell, and
he said
president of that gentrification.
That he don't like the mayor, Kendick.
But Fisher
I'm gonna show y'all some shit.
What they call Breeway now through Shannon.
This motherfucker used to want to suck his dick.
He brought him down there, so he kind of was forced to kind of get involved and say some of the things he said, because mind you,
or he might have already did it.
That he's behind the Russell vision. Chris knows the money that and the grants and the stuff he's giving his dad, and then they're all kind of business partners. And if they don't all stick together, they're all gonna fall. So they all had to come together. But then Chris kind of pulled a move where he was like, turned his back on the mayor. Well, so they made it look like that during the public spotlight down there at Breakway, but they're all one team. And the situation with David Maurer, I'm not sure. I know you got an attorney, so you don't have to work as hard as I work. But I'm not sure if you ever heard the audio, the grand jury audio for the Breonna Taylor case where, they had some of the so-called witnesses that switched their stories up. I don't know how many times. The people who was on the scene, they all lied. You and I both know all those witnesses lied, switched their story up several times. But there's one in particular that was represented, and this was a red flag to me, the Summer Dickerson lady that goes by the name Amber Duncan. It was a red flag because she had a lawyer present when she gave her statement to Daniel Cameron's, to Herman Hall, Daniel Cameron's investigator. And I'm like, why would a witness need a lawyer present? But not only did she have a lawyer present, she had David Maurer present. And so that
I honestly thought they've been agreeing with each other the whole time, but
and when you listen to her
maybe
story,
I don't see all of it just yet.
Told nothing but lies. Yes, the timestamp, you said it. She got it right. Yeah. 12:40 when the shooting allegedly went down. That's when the situation went down. 12:40. But the way she's telling her story, she was reporting the shooting before it even happened.
Yeah, and she was out there. She went on those documentaries, and she was their star witness as far as saying we didn't knock and announce. Right. But then I don't know who she was talking to, but I happened to be one day just flipping through, and I saw she had a live, and I clicked on it, and she was on there and said, "I can't believe all you people are mad at me. I said I didn't hear the police knock and announce. Well, there's no way I could have heard them knock and announce. I was 2 buildings away." And I'm sitting there going, where was this 6 months ago?
I got it. And see,
Kendick is so upset that she got on a documentary.
And you got to blame the news for this, too.
And he didn't.
Because the news kept giving her the cameras. First of all, she's clearly
straight up that really ate him alive.
She never really paid no real taxes. So I'm not understanding where her credibility comes into play because the woman can barely talk. I'm pretty sure she can't spell. So I'm just trying to figure out credibility.
He wants clout.
But anyhow, the news kept giving her the spotlight. And the woman painted a picture that she was Breonna's neighbor, as if she was like right next door. And so I went and I actually played the neighbor's statement and made it as if it was Summers and tried to make her come out and say it wasn't her statement. Because this woman was on record saying she's Breonna's neighbor. So the way I work through misinformation. Like, I would purposely put some misinformation out there so I make the person who's involved come out and clear it up. Now we know the truth. And so she wouldn't do it. And so I was like, all right, I'm going to just go along and put dumb a little bit longer as if she is the neighbor. But she wasn't. So everything that she was saying to the New York Times and the news and everything about y'all, she had absolutely zero credibility. And then when you look at the location where she lived at, she would actually have the worst visual out of anybody that lived over there, because there was a building right in front of her that blocked her. She claimed that there was officers in the back of the building shooting and all of this crap. And I'm like, can y'all not see that this woman is lying and everything that she's saying is actually impossible?
Yeah. Man, what's your take on Donovan Duncan? Have you heard me talk about that? Do you know who that is?
No.
Okay, let me give you and your viewers
He's fucking lying.
Donovan Duncan's a cop. He's a black cop. Mm-hmm. He went to middle school and high school with Kenneth Walker. They're friends.
I lied to you. I'm not. Let me be honest, because since we've been honest, I know. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, then he was the courtesy officer in her apartment complex, right? He obviously does not like me or the guys involved due by some of the statements he's made on his Instagram and social media. Saying we hate bad cops. This will never happen to our people again. Blah blah blah. I agree. Nobody wants to go around killing people. That wasn't the goal. But the funny thing is, he had to give a PIU statement before the narrative was formed of all the BS. Right. So
he was so nervous, wasn't he? He had something.
Not just that. When they called him in, I've got the statement on video, and he says, "I heard the gunshots. I put my uniform on. I went outside." And Kenny's mom saw me when she got there and came up to me. And she said, I don't know what's going on. Kenny called me and said, they're at the door. I said, who's at the door, baby? And he said, it's the police. I got to go, and hung up. Well, when did that call take place? There was 3 phones in that apartment, right? They only downloaded 2 of them, or at least if they gave us access to 2 of them. They only pulled 2 of the phone tolls from the 2 phones. The FBI's got that 3rd phone and won't let us know what's on it. They won't let us know who the tolls are, when that call was made to mom, any of that.
I can't talk about the phones because the public don't know about it, but you know about it. You know what's so crazy about them phones, the phone situation? When they had Kenny in the room, what did he say? He said that phone is in Breonna's name. So do y'all got the phone that is in Breonna's name? Or is that Kenneth's phone? Because here's the problem with this whole situation. If that is the phone that the quote-unquote people that was trying to investigate her, if Kenneth had that phone that's in Breonna's name, and they thought that was the phone that Jamarcus was using, technically, a lot of the evidence in the watching of the cell phone records that they thought was Jamarcus, it was actually Kenneth. You and I both know after Breonna got killed and they did a thorough, I ain't going to say thorough, but they did somewhat of an investigation. What was one of the first things they discovered? That Kenneth Walker was out here robbing and plotting on robbing more people. Kenneth Walker making drug transactions with Hoodoo girls and EMS. Mm-hmm. Even had an EMS person that he was serving. I mean, this guy was out here breaking the law. On top of that.
But what about you selling cocaine? You fucking pillow talking ass snitch.
Or whatever. There was probable cause there for him to be arrested, but somehow he got out for COVID-19 restrictions. How is that possible? You're a cop. He's a black man. He has no witnesses. You got the records of his cell phone of all the illegal activity he's participated in, and somehow, some way, he gets out of jail because of COVID-19 restrictions.
Yeah.
When you break down that cop and you listen to that cop talk, and you pay attention to his movement, the cop we were just talking about, and the relationship with him and Kenneth Walker, and the fact they went to high school together, it sounds like to me that Kenneth is some type of confidential informant. It sounds like that cop is his go-to guy. Like they've been talking a lot.
See, I think it's backwards, and this is speculation because I don't want to get sued. But I think Kenny's confidential informant. He lets him know, give him heads up when things are going south. That's my view.
Same thing.
Because I got to be careful what I say. There was allegations previously about the auto theft at the airport.
Before we go any farther, this is all what we think. We're allowed
all
to
speculation.
think.
Yeah. So there was an auto theft ring going on at the airport a few years back. Apparently, someone tipped Kenny off because he was involved in it, and he pulled out of it before people got hit. There's another story, and this is validated by Duncan in that interview, where Kenneth showed up on a homicide scene and took something from the scene. And so they reached out. Somehow they knew to reach out to Donovan to ask Kenneth to come in and talk so they could get it back. Or number one, what did he take from a homicide scene, and why did he take it? Number two, how did you know to reach out to Donovan to tell him to have your boy come talk to us? That makes no sense to me as a cop or as an individual with common sense. I'm sitting back going, huh? What's going on here? So there's just a lot of shadiness that I don't know. And I don't know if this cop's shady. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying all the things that point don't look good. It
definitely shady. Anybody who pays attention to it, first of all, the way he tried to break the ice with him in the Kenneth Walker conversation, he spoke on a situation involving a murder. So you mean to tell a cop, and you're going to talk to a suspect at the time, I guess Kenneth was a person of interest, and you're going to have conversation with him about that? So that right there lets you know he's definitely shady, because a cop is not going to be doing that, especially a cop that's not assigned to that situation or that particular case.
Yeah, because he'd only been on like 2 years at this point. Something like that. He hadn't been on very long at the time of the Breonna Taylor incident. So, and again, I don't even know how he was a courtesy officer, because you've got to have so many years on. You've got to submit a request, because that's like off-duty work, because you're actually getting income for that, because they're cutting some of the money off your rent to do it. So I'd have to look back. I have never reached out to people and asked information about this stuff, because I didn't want to involve anybody and put them in bad situations. But I go by what I see. And if that stuff is so easily in the public domain, what's behind the scenes? Because if we can find stuff here, there's always more. There's always the root that comes up with that tree. If you can see the tree, there's a root below it that has a lot more to it. So I don't know. It's just some shady stuff, man.
Right. And knowing all of that, John, the situation with Kenneth and anybody who everybody did background check on you. Everybody did background check on me, pull all my dirt, all y'all dirty laundry, whatever, right?
Yeah.
Trying to figure out how does Kenneth Walker get a pass when you have people like Benjamin Crump and Until Freedom, Tamika D. Mallory, and my son, and all those people come in town who actually has access to people who can do a thorough background check on this man. Right. But they're on TV and they paint this picture that Kenny's a hero. I'm trying to figure out what part make him a hero. Let's just say the story that Sam Aguiar and Crump and Until Freedom is saying is true, right? What part of that story makes Kenny a hero? You let your girlfriend die. You eat the one.
You brought her in the hallway. Why would you bring her in the hallway if you thought you were getting home invaded? Tell her to call 911 and stay in the closet, hide under the bed, do something. Why would you bring her into harm's way after you had a minute's notice banging on the door? You got time to get up, get dressed, put her clothes on, grab a gun, call your mom, and then go stand in the hallway and wait. Why would you put her in that spot? And then when you did that, why would you dive out of the way and leave her in the hallway? Because the crime scene photos show her feet were almost out of the way. She almost got through that same opening that he got through, that Kenneth got through. And that's when she was struck, because she ran right into the bullets and fell back. Horrible situation. Every cop's worst nightmare is shooting somebody that's unarmed or somebody that's innocent. So we're going to live with that the rest of our lives. But in the same sense, how come this fool has no accountability for that? That makes no sense to me.
Well, my thing is, if anybody listens to him, his story,
it changed 9 times.
He says that he was holding her. This is afterwards.
Where blood on it?
Where was the blood? I mean, Breonna bled out. Breonna.
Yeah.
There was
Remember,
blood
y'all? He said
this is
point blank range.
Seen what
there
I've
should
seen.
be blood on him.
And more. There was blood everywhere. The man claims he was holding her when he was on the 911 phone call. He wasn't, y'all.
It's a theory.
He was somewhere
in the closet.
It's a theory that he shot her.
And I don't want to be the person to say that, but he was hiding, the hero. So what part of Batman and Superman did y'all see where the hero was hiding and the women or the children are bleeding out? That makes you a hero. The dude is a coward all around the board. No matter.
Well, it's like saying, "Oh, I held her as she went down after she got shot." Well, there was 3 holes right where he was standing. If that was the case, his head would have been taken off. None of it makes sense. Then he comes out and blames her for shooting. I mean, that just shows his character right there. After somebody heard that, they shouldn't have said any more. They should have went, "Oh, he's a coward."
He said it 5 times a lot. They see the news only advertised it the one time when he said she shot. But if you got the videos and the body cam footage and stuff that I got, he said it's 5 different times that she shot. You don't make that mistake. So why'd he switch his story, y'all? Why'd he switch his story?
And I have no idea if she had a gun because my vision didn't get there. As soon as I came to Kenneth Walker, I saw the gun and it was too late. Boom. So I never looked at her. Like I couldn't have picked him out of a lineup anyway if they come out because it was too dark in there. But I did see the gun in his hand, in the taller person's hand. So I know he's the one that shot. There's no doubt in my mind.
Apparently it was super dark.
You think Kenneth Walker's the one that shot?
100%.
And I'm not even going to get into that. You know why? Because I know you got a trial. I don't want to, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, I got my story. I got what I think. You know what you know. You know what you and I'm not, and if one day, you know, you want to discuss what I think and the details of the situation, we can, and we can go back and forth, but it's going to get a little intense because bring it. And I know you was there, so it's going to get intense. And
my story hadn't changed. It ain't going to change because it's the truth. And when you tell the truth, you don't have to try to remember your lies. You just tell what you know.
Because he's told it about a 50 time.
I know your former cop, you retired. You didn't get fired. You ended up having to retire. Well, making a decision to retire, which I think was a smart decision. When it comes to the blue line, are you a person that is still honoring that blue line? Because they say you can't cross the blue line. Meaning,
I was going to say, what's your definition of thin blue line? Because I'll give you the real definition of thin blue line. This whole we got each other's back, we lie for each other, we go down with each other. That's a farce, man.
But
that's a lie.
That's exactly what I've been.
That's what you've been told.
Part of it. That's a part of it. Y'all gonna cover for each other through thick and thin, even if that means lying or not exposing the truth. That's gonna be
true. Here's a classic example. In my book, I tell the exact story about the postal inspector and about what I told Josh James, that I told to the grand jury, that I told to the FBI, that I told to the AG. It never changed. I wasn't going to cover for anybody.
Y'all hear that? He told the exact same story.
It's always the thing that's going to set you free. It's always the thing that's unchangeable.
That's why he's able to come on here without an attorney.
Those individuals lied, and they're going to be held accountable for that.
Because he has a story already made up. It has
nothing to do with the thin blue line. That whole thin blue line is simply, you and I can go to work together. You're black, I'm white. I can dislike you as a person, okay? Right. We can have totally different political views. But when we're in that battle together on the street, all that's put aside. That's done. We are one now. We got each other's back no matter what on the street. Now, if something goes down in that incident and you want to try to lie or do something, then that goes out the window. But we're talking about in that moment of life or death, you and I have each other's back, whether we like each other or not. It's just, that's the thin blue line. It has nothing to do with we're going to cover each other. That's kind of like people think the FOP has this awesome, great power, like the old mobster days when these what are they called? When these unions had all this power, or they still do. The FOP has zero power. I'm telling you, they are the weakest thing on the police department. Everybody can challenge me on that all you want. I've dealt with them. They did very little for me. I appreciate them. But they did very little for me and the other guys. They have zero pull in the city. That mayor
died for no reason, and they're really not talking about that. They're talking about all this other shit
also,
that don't matter.
John, especially with you, because you're the mayor. Yeah,
fucking
wow. When you look at the cover, but the mayor is nothing but the fall man for the governor, and nobody seemed to call out Governor Andy Beshear for not coming out and taking his powers and taking control of this situation. Clearly the mayor, if you just looked at him, first of all, he was stressed out and lost. Like, I don't want a guy making decisions that I see completely stressed out and lost. When it came to this case, and you listen to this man, he was lost, stressed out, and he was clearly hiding something. But what did you see Andy Beshear do? Andy Beshear stepped up and did nothing, and he's got the real power.
He didn't only not do nothing. He gave them his platform on 2 different occasions, as far as Until Freedom, Ben Crump, those people. He let them take his official platform and get up there and say, I should go to jail. I should lose my pension. I should lose my job. And I'm sitting back going, hold on now, the story ain't even out yet. Why are you giving them your platform on TV to let them say this stuff, to say all this slanderous stuff that's not true? You know, at the end of the day, if we did wrong, call us out on it. Right. Whatever, I'm good with that. But before all the facts are out, you're letting them get up, make all these statements. So it appears, just by proxy, that you are supporting what they're saying by giving them your platform, not once, but twice. And then granting them a permit to hold an all-day stage on the Capitol steps with all the celebrities and stuff. And again, holding Kenneth Walker's hand up like he's a hero, all that bullcrap, man. It was disgusting to watch.
Well, Kendick is giving you his
What
platform,
is Andy
so does that mean
as
he
far as
agrees and
Democrat,
everything with you?
He's
Probably so.
Okay, so did it not like confuse you when you see people like, okay, Andy Beshear, Mayor Fisher? This is clearly, anytime you have something where the news is involved, it turns what? Political, right?
Right.
So and on top of that, it was election too. So you have this political activity, cameras, all spotlight on Louisville, right? And you have this opportunity to stick it to the Democrats, other Republicans, if you're involved in this situation, if you can shift the blame, right? Did it throw you completely off when you seen Rand Paul, the Republican, out do what he did as far as that? What was it? He introduced, what do you call it? The
Justice for Breonna Taylor Act. That's what it was called. Oh, I reached out to his office and was like, what the hell? First of all, I said, what is justice? Because nobody can define what justice for Breonna is, right? Right. Everybody's got their own different opinions. But if you're going to get on a national stage and say, we need justice for Breonna, then tell me what justice is. Define it, lay it out, so I can either agree with you or just disagree with you. Because, yes, some justice needed to take place, right? You and I agree on that. There were some injustices that took place that led to her death. Fine. Let's address those. Let's fix them, and hopefully it won't happen to somebody else. That's the ultimate goal in all this. But on the other hand, not only him, but Mitch McConnell sat on his hands like he always does in these hyper political situations. You know, you had two senators from Kentucky that are Republican that had an opportunity, like you said, to either step up and say, wait, pump the brakes. Let's get the truth on this before we exasperate our political agendas. But that's what Rand Paul did. And I like Rand Paul. I like a lot of what he says because
most cops, and I'm not just saying this, but it's just the truth. Most cops do like Rand Paul.
Yeah. Well, here's what I like about it. He's more of a libertarian because, believe it or not, I'm more libertarian than I am Republican. I'm like a conservative libertarian, though. I don't believe in a free-for-all because I think that's injustice to society.
Why would Rand Paul come to the rescue of the Democrats like Fisher and Andy Beshear, who was clearly in trouble, like caught up, and he comes out and puts Breonna's name?
I don't think it was that, Kendrick. Here's what I think it was. So Rand Paul, being a pretty staunch libertarian, is against a lot of police action search warrants because he thinks, we ought to have the freedom to choose drugs, whatever. That's more of his stance. So I think he's been trying to pass this no-knock for a while, but didn't really have any juice, didn't have any traction to it. He saw this as an opportunity and took it. That's what I think.
Gotcha. Let me ask you this, because I know you got a lot of experience, and a lot of people don't know what I know. See, I used to date David James's daughter. I know. I've been in his house and everything. So I know. I know what people didn't understand about me. I know a lot of people who was involved in this situation personally. Even the witnesses that was on the scene know him personally. So, John, you got a lot of experience. A lot of people don't know David James is the person who actually trained y'all when it comes to executing these. He trained you when it comes to these warrants. So how did that make you feel seeing David James sit up there on these was not even national documentaries. These are global now because of Breonna Taylor, so global. How did that make you feel to see a guy who actually trained y'all? And your story is y'all did what y'all was supposed to do. You did everything that David James trained you to do per y'all story. But then you see this man standing against y'all. How did that make you feel?
Betrayed. But, there's been so many betrayals in this thing. You learn you can't trust anybody. But betrayed, and I've even got text messages where he was live on some news station talking about them, and they did the no-knock, and they did it. And this is after I talked to him and explained to him, David, here's all the lies. David, here's all the truths that you can push against these lies. Can you do something about it? Because the city's going to burn. This was early May. This was before George Floyd. And I said, David.
At the same time, I was in and out his office too.
And I was like, David, you got to do something because the mayor won't put it out. Here's all the truth. He said, don't worry, I got you. I'll do a press conference Monday. Monday came and went. The next week came and went. The next week came and went. Then all of a sudden he's on these news channels, because he wanted to run for mayor. And I don't know what skeletons they pulled out of his closet to make him not run for mayor, but something happened.
I did that.
Well, thank you.
Transactions that would destroy him if he tried to run for mayor.
So I reached out to him while he's on this live TV program, and he's up there, talking about the no-knock in the police and blah, blah. And I went, you're an And I said, fuck you. I said, you're a fucking coward, David. And I just start blasting him on text. And he's like, why?
Cussed at David James?
Yeah.
I wonder if you going to serve 60 days for that? Because I got...
I did it in a private forum, not in the courthouse.
Me too. My kitchen. I was
really?
in my...
Yeah. All right. Well, I guess I'll be 60 days in. Let's see. Just hope they put me somewhere friendly. So
exactly, truth.
Place,
like
he said, why can't
he just think he's a
why can't tell them that you
fucking,
told me this or we get you in trouble?
Oh
like,
my god!
Screw get me in trouble. Do you not see what's going on? You know, I've already got a bounty on my head.
He thinks he's perfect.
And so it blew my mind that he's such a politician, man.
Hold on, let's slow you down there. What do you mean you had a bounty on your head?
Oh, we know. Breonna Taylor's mom took a hit out on us.
They don't know.
Y'all listen.
No haters and straight riders got together, met with Sin City from Chicago, and put a hit on our heads. They wanted it done before her 26th birthday, so on the balloon release, they could have something to celebrate. Verified by 3 different informants from 3 different agencies.
Well, then why is she arrested?
Well, because the FBI said the optics would look bad going after a national victim's mother. So they closed the case. And that's an Amy Hess deal. She was the highest ranking female in
Sounds
the
like
FBI
a bunch of bitch ass lies.
Fisher, her best friend, was the SAC or the head of the FBI Mobile. I think Fisher went to Amy and said, hey, this is going to make me look bad. Do something about it. I think she reached out to him, said, hey, kill this investigation. He killed it. And guess where his next move was?
I know something. I know.
Job in D.C.
I'm just documenting. That's all.
Speaking of optics, a lot of people get confused because they watch a lot of TV, right? When y'all say it was dark, y'all couldn't see nothing. People are like, why didn't they have their lights on and all that? Speaking of politics again, you could explain what they did with the police force and how they limit, y'all tools that y'all can use while at the search warrant?
Sure. I'll name a couple of them. So we were never trained on shields, which I've done over 2,000 search warrants entries. Never trained on a shield, which is very important because if I'd have had one that day, it would have hit the shield.
Y'all, I'm gonna show y'all. It shows him holding the shield.
6 years ago,
they
took away our ability to use long rifles.
What do you call it? The remake of it. It's showing him holding the shield.
You can stay on site much easier. You can get on site much quicker.
They don't know what an optic is. Can you break it?
An optic is either a green or red dot that all you got to do, you can keep both eyes open. Like most time when you shoot, you got to close one eye to look. So that optic is on your gun. When you come up, you never close an eye, and that dot goes wherever that dot's at is where you're going to shoot. So if I look at Kendrick, I can keep my eyes open, and wherever that dot's
Nigga,
at,
our optic is just what you look through. Should I get my fucking gun? Let me get my gun.
Ability away from us. They said, no. But had they had those that night, we used frangible ammunition in our 223s.
I gotta stop the cam for a second.
If it had hit that drywall, guess what? It's not going through it. It's going to break apart. The 40 caliber bullets don't do that we shoot in our Glock. So actually, the rifle round is safer inside apartments than your 40 caliber is in your handgun because it's going to break apart in that wall and not go through like it did in Nagby or whatever their name is, that apartment right behind there. So it would have actually been safer.
If it was the rifle round would just break the drywall.
Right. Basically disintegrate once it goes through it. Once it hits something, it disintegrates into several pieces, so it loses that speed and velocity it had. So the third thing they've done is they won't allow us to have optics on our handguns, which nationwide isn't really a big deal. I don't know the reasoning behind it. They're not that expensive. The department could even pay for them, train us up on them. And again, that's when you're coming up on your target. You're getting on it a lot quicker, and it's a lot safer for everybody. And I don't know why they limit this stuff. You would have to ask somebody smarter than me, but because I had no say in it, we argued it. We said, this is stupid. I mean, you can't even take a shotgun inside a warrant anymore unless you're on SWAT. If you're on SWAT, they got all the cool gear and all the, the fancy equipment.
This right here.
People say because y'all say it was dark, couldn't see. What about flashlights on
there?
No, I had a gun, a rail mounted light. And again, I'm sure I did, but I'll be honest with you, I cannot remember if I turned it on. I can't remember.
Allowed to have it though?
Yes, we are allowed to have those.
Y'all can have those, okay? Because it was like, why didn't they use their flashlights? Because in the evidence, you see the gun with the flashlights and all that stuff.
No, mine must have been on because I'm telling you, when I came from right to left from that living room and I stepped in that doorway and came on Kenneth Walker, I saw the tip of that gun. when Brett was out there that night, he said they got a long rifle. He was on the radio saying they got a long rifle.
See that red?
In his mind, he thought he saw a long rifle.
That's what I would see if I shoot it.
While they're putting the tourniquet on, and I
see
yelled, it wasn't a rifle.
But if you look through this way,
pistol. I yelled that while laying
you really
on my back,
can't see.
And so
that dot.
You know, there was sunlight. Either it was my light or the person's behind me that illuminated that enough to see the tip of that gun. Then my brain went, "Oh shit, it's too late."
Well, the TV was on. It could.
The TV was on. It was blue flicker. You know, that ambient light coming out. But that's not going to. That's going to give you more of a shadow effect from the side than it is, you know, lighting up your face or your front.
I don't know. That's to be debated because
it was pretty dark in there. Do you remember that?
And that's my thing. It was pretty dark in there, but it couldn't have been that dark if per Hankison's story, not your story. Let's get one thing straight. John's story and each cop who tells a story about this situation is different. So I'm not about to hold what the next cop say against you, but per Hankison's story and per what you're saying about the bullets, and I know, but it didn't make no sense because you look at the bullets that hit Jania's behind the door, which Hankison is on record saying, those are my rounds that went through that window. Clearly said it. You look at the bullets, they did what you explained a rifle does. When they hit the drywall, those bullets did explode the drywall. Like when I look at what they're saying are your bullets.
Wait a minute, I'm not talking about exploding the drywall. I'm talking about the bullet itself would disintegrate. The bullet itself.
Kendick don't know about guns.
The rifle rounds, when
and
they hit the drywall, they break up. They don't stay a solid piece.
But when bullets break up, if that kind of bullet that you're explaining hits a drywall, when it break up, it's going to drywall up because those pieces of metal is going to shred that drywall.
Right.
So
it's going to burn it.
According to your story and the way you explained it, and I'm glad you cleared that up.
It's hot.
Your bullets did
it's
exactly
like
what they were supposed to do. It went through the drywall or whatever, right? Because they was 40 cal bullets. But then listen to Hankison's story, and he says, those are my rounds through those windows. And yeah, I have my personal situation with Hankison, but to lie on him, I'm on here just to point out how his story don't make no sense because that's what we're here for. And I've been hard on you, him, and everybody as far as what I think. So don't think I'm just picking on him.
You haven't been hard on him at all.
His rounds through those windows. First of all, when a bullet hits something, it loses its power. A bullet's not going to – anytime it hits something, it loses its power. Well, it went through Jania's window first. Once it went through its window, then it hit the drywall, and it did what it did to the drywall. Those was not 40 cal bullets. When you look at your bullets did not hit the window. Your bullets would have had more impact and more power when it hit the drywall, and your bullets went straight through the drywall. Those three that was right there, claiming that those was your bullets, or either they're going to say they was Cosgrove's bullets that hit that drywall, but they had to be yours because you was down and those bullets was low on the drywall.
Right. Well, you could see the shots went from right to left too. Boom, boom, boom. As I'm going,
Right, but Hankison's bullets was coming from outside through the window. So it went through the window first, then it hit the drywall and did that much damage. That's not possible to happen.
No, those rounds, I mean, you see the ones that went through the living room and into the other, and he actually shattered the glass in the sliding glass door in the neighbor's apartment. Those bullets do that.
Yeah, no. But listen, John, all those bullets that went through, I'm glad you pointed that out, because the bullets went through the sliding glass window, right? And then they went through Brianna's dining room area and then into Chelsea's apartment. Look at what they did to the drywall. They did not do what those bullets did to Jania's drywall. Jania's drywall is impossible for it to be a 40 cal bullet. It's impossible. When you see it, and I can show it to you, the exact thing, I got it right here. I can show you exactly what I'm talking about. It's impossible. It's not even possible. And that's where, unfortunately, when y'all all wear the same uniform and got the same title, one person lied and you think everybody's liars. And that's not cool because that's the same thing like with a black person. One black person does something wrong, then everybody think all black people are like it. And I don't want to, put one cop's lie on all of y'all that was there, but I know 100% that there was cops that told lies. You are one of the few cops whose story that when you tell your story, I'm like, okay, this is going to be hard because everything he's saying is actually, it's going to be a little bit harder. But the rest of those cops, There's only 2 cops that tell decent stories. The rest of them, it's damn near impossible.
Well, I just, you know who Tim Kennedy is? He's a Green Beret, or retired Green Beret now, but
I know.
Mixed martial arts. He did all that stuff.
Worked up at
UFC.
He used to work up at the Rocket area.
No. He's not from here.
Oh, okay.
This is a nationally known guy. He wrote a book called Stars and Stripes or something, talking about his time in the Green Beret and his wartime and all that. And he said in their after action reports, there's not one story. Him and 3 or 4 other guys can be in the same situation, 3 or 4 meters apart, doing the same thing, and all their stories are different because they saw different stuff, they smelled different stuff, they heard different stuff, and that's not a rare thing. If you look at any shootings, they're like that.
No, I understand that. Are you a man of God?
Oh yeah.
So when you read the Bible, all those disciples mark you.
That's in my book. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Same story, different angles. Yeah.
Exactly. I get that, but still, when you listen to the stories, and I don't want to go into depth in it because that's not what I brought you on for, and we'll do that when the time is right. This is still an open investigation. Your livelihood is on the line. As you see, they're trying to give people life in prison. I think some people deserve life in prison off the back of this. But I think it's more than just cops that need to be getting locked up. I don't understand how Joshua James got locked up for lying, but yet everybody else who lied in this situation, including witnesses, are free. If you are a witness and you lied to an FBI agent or a detective, you are committing a crime. That is a crime.
Same crime.
And I don't understand why Joshua James is sitting there locked up. And we know for a fact Summer Dickerson lied. We know for a fact the African neighbor upstairs, he lied. We know for a fact that the neighbors right across from the hallway, I've spoke to her. I got a recorded phone call that nobody's heard. I've spoke to all of them. They lied. They lied.
We'll show that recording. Prove it that they lied.
And I know her personally, right? I just spoke to her last week. You know what she did? She did what I think you would do. Blocked me and deleted me off her IG as soon as I try to write her and talk to her about this stuff. So I'm not understanding if we're going to, lock cops up for lying. You have to. When do we start treating cops in the justice system worse than citizens? Y'all get passes. Like you somewhat lenient on the cop. Like when did the cops start getting held account at a higher standard than the citizens, especially when it comes to lying?
That's above my pay grade.
Y'all, he's taking up for the fucking cops.
I see what you're saying. No, I agree with you.
Y'all,
I agree with you.
That's why he's.
I don't know the answer to it.
And then I do understand
uppercut.
Sam Aguilar had a job.
Right. Boom, 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 boom.
Tamika
Just straight
Palmer and all the
uppercuts.
people did not come up with that lie when it comes to the Russell vision and the re-gentrification. That lets you know that this man had.
Now stay. You know you watched it. Just stay.
Corrupt than getting Breonna Taylor justice.
Let's keep this talking shit in the comments.
It was a whole 10 miles away from where this stuff went down. That's what wasn't making sense to me. I'm like, okay, if you're gonna take it there, then take it there and nail everybody who's involved with that situation, if that's what you're blaming it on. But you just took it there and then you left there. Then you're back at the crime scene and you got nothing. Sam never really produced nothing when it comes to the public. Nothing. Everything.
Yeah, just a lot of hearsay and a lot of jabber. Yeah. And
then as an officer,
everything that Kendick has came from Sam.
Seen Sam Aguilar bring me in.
Anything.
I just wonder, how much did y'all
came
laugh
from Sam?
Or be like, what the hell is Sam doing? I had no business being involved in it.
Here's what I saw when I first heard you came on. I said, here's what's going to happen here. I said, he's going to bring him on to give him his side of what your opinion is of Brett and his character in your all's past. He's going to bring those girls in who made the claims against Brett on the other stuff. And this is all character assassination because it has nothing to do with the case, but it'll win the people over. It'll win the emotions over against the police. And that's what it was, using people for his gain and his benefit. And then when he's done, just going, all right, get away now. I'm done. I've used you. I'm done with you. On to the next.
Did you see it? Could you tell that's what it was? He was going to bring me in. Then he was.
I said that from the beginning. I don't know if other people saw it, but I'm not the smartest guy in the room, but I'm not the dumbest guy either. So,
right. I wish you would have wrote me then. But believe it or not, the one thing Sam Aguilar had been writing me, and I wasn't really paying him no attention, right? He had been writing me, and then he wrote me before the protests and stuff kicked off. I was whatever. I wasn't really paying him no attention. Really didn't even write him back that much. But what happens is,
because they knew each other before that.
I got brought in his office
because Sam represented his dad and brothers.
Which is another person that's a straight joke. I just seen her out in the club this weekend, and she's in the club every weekend, drinking and doing everything else. This is a straight joke of a civil suit attorney. But anyhow, I ended up getting rid of her. And so Sam kind of slid in or whatever, right? Well, I was in his office, and he asked me straight up, what do I know about, Elliot and the gentrification situation? And I told him straight up, I know all about that. And matter of fact, he contacted me through a text, and then we talked in the office about it. But through the text, I said, I know all about that because I do. Because Chris Williams' daddy, which is Shannon Cook, the guy I was telling you is the president over, he was trying to get me to invest in that situation years ago, telling me about what they're about to do, how I can take this amount of money and it can turn into this and that, and was telling me that, hey, I should take some of my money and put it up. He was a customer at my barbershop that I worked at, Nate's Barbershop. And so, when you got people in the church, he knew I went to work at Ford. He knew I was cutting her. So he kind of counted my pockets a little bit. And he's like, you should take some money and put it in this. So when I exposed that to Sam, that's when he
probably knew you were selling cocaine.
I need your expertise on that because I'm trying to figure out. He took that story and completely twisted it all the way. Completely twisted. And I'm sitting back and I'm looking at the news and I'm just like, this is gross.
So what's twisted about it? Because I don't know enough about it.
Because he took it and made it as if that was the reason that Breonna Taylor was killed.
Well, let me ask you this. Here's my opinion, okay? And take it for what it is. I think the mayor created this group, this place-based investigation. Why was Elliot the very first place he wanted them to go for? The very first. And Joshua Watkins was in our office every week representing the mayor, asking for updates. Where are you at on this case? What are we doing next? All of this stuff. So you created this unit. You sicked them on Elliot to get because they had, I'm sure you see
y'all remember
they had the X's and they had those
the mayor
stuff.
I'm going to show you something.
When they said, go after them. Well,
just remember the mayor.
Sold some dope. He had some guns, but he's far from the baddest dude in Louisville, right? We know that.
I mean,
he's way down here compared to
all guys.
Yeah. So why would you use the police to go after him? That doesn't make any sense to me. How's he all of a sudden your top target in this new investigative group? And why is the mayor calling the shots on who the police go investigate? That makes no sense either. It's not normal.
Do you really want to talk about it? Because you asked why. I mean,
yeah, I want to know. I'm curious. This is stuff I don't know.
Okay, so we're going to enlighten each other and we're going to help each other out here. So, again, I'm not trying to make you cross the blue line. That's why I asked you about it. But does the name Yvette Gentry ring a bell to you?
Yeah.
And so, did you pay attention to everything, the situation? I know that wasn't your scene, and you had your own situation with Breonna going on. But have you ever studied the Jamarcus Glover the case? With what went on over there, who was involved, detective work that led up to that, well, you probably needed to do that. Because when you study, I would never get on her and talk about Jamarcus Glover and that situation over there, because for me, I got respect for him from one point of view, because he is a street dude, right? And so street dudes supposed to have morals and principles in the street code they're supposed to abide by, which none of them abide by, right? So,
used to. And then this new group came up. I'm telling you, back in about 2015, things changed. And you might agree or disagree on around the date. But, man, I remember talking to some of them OGs down the West End. They'd be like, I mean, these are some bad dudes. The guys you don't want to cross, or they'll put a bullet in you. And they'd be like, man, I don't like these young dudes. There's they used that exact word. They said the code on the street is done. It used to be you had to go through certain people or you had to get stuff approved by the old dudes. He said, old heads. He said, that's no more. And they were kind of scared of them young guys because they're nuts.
I respect him for one reason. He's clearly, he was a drug dealer. He did his thing, street dude. He doesn't hide that, right?
Right.
But dude had the opportunity. They offered him a deal to snitch on Brianna and just say something very lightly that she was a part of his operation. Brianna is dead. I know people who would have snitched on Brianna in that situation if she was alive. She was dead. And that man said, nah, Bree ain't got nothing to do with that. See, I got the audios of all of that. I don't put it out in the public because I don't want to involve Jamarcus with this situation.
He don't have it, y'all. He just heard it.
It's two separate situations. Yeah, I can see where, there's some connections, but it's two separate situations. One is 10 miles away.
There's a lot of shit. Sam, I'm not gonna say Sam showed him this.
You've got several different.
Sam showed him a lot. That's how he knows a lot of stuff, but he does not have no proof.
What the media did and what the attorneys did was they lumped it all together to make it look like one big.
Sam told him everything.
Piece of crap.
Showed him everything.
Kind of like it's no different than what Crump does when he came in and he
Kendick
made
cannot show shit.
He made George Floyd and he made Breonna Taylor all the same situation. And they were all three different. Yep. All three of them completely different. But he made it sound like the same case and got everybody mad and everybody in an uproar and everybody's emotions going and we got to do this and we got to do that. And he collects his money and skips town.
I will say this though, Crump. Let me go back to Jamarcus, and I'm gonna get to Crump because Crump's a very, very big shoe.
But I got like 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I gotta get.
I got you. You didn't have a big. You didn't have no say so in the Jamarcus situation, of course, because you down. And I don't know if that's jurisdictional lines or if that's just a different district or why you don't know nothing about that. But you was
just different groups. Just different groups. Number one, I had moved to the parcel interdiction stuff. I was at UPS and FedEx. I'd kind of moved away from the major narcotics stuff, which Jamarcus wasn't major anyway. Right. But when I was in narcotics, I was working with the FBI and the DEA on task force wires, different things like that. So I probably wouldn't have known about Jamarcus even if I was there.
Two different teams. People don't have the difference from y'all.
Yep. Had no idea what they were doing.
One thing is that throws me off, John, and again, not trying to get you across the blue line, but Luke Fine was down on Elliott when this situation went down. You have an active crime scene going on down there.
Why does he care about him crossing the blue line?
And Luke Fine somehow ended up rushing from Elliott to take over the crime scene with what went on at Breonna Taylor's apartment and actually going in the apartment and shutting the door and having that crime scene completely to himself. He's outside of his district, first of all. He has
Did that take place? I don't know. Did he go in and shut the door?
Yes.
And nobody else was in there?
That's how the case kind of got opened up where, the global news started talking about it again after the settlement. Because and I know, when they initially settled, they was about to make this thing go away. But then I dropped that body cam footage, and then they gave Vice News the credit for it. And then Vice News comes and tell this big lie. They told a huge lie on y'all.
Vice News tells mostly lies. They take a little bit of truth and then add a bunch of stuff to it, and that's how they get the ratings.
They lied on y'all. They lied on everything. And I'm sitting back like, what in the hell? I've dropped this footage so there could be some clarity so people will understand that Luke Fine shouldn't have been in that crime scene. Like, we're worried about what happened. We need to be trying to figure out if the evidence and stuff that's going on has been tampered with, because this man was down on Elliott and he's rushed all the way down here and took control of this crime scene. I'm not understanding that. And
did somebody tell you he went in, or is there video footage of it? I'm confused. I don't know anything about this.
Oh yeah,
I'm sorry.
You just want to know.
Cole Gibson. I'm sorry. Cole Gibson.
Him and Luke rode together, though. I think.
Him exactly.
See, he knows. Him and Luke rode together, right?
So
but he don't know anything.
Proof of Cole Gibson down on Elliott.
I know he was on Elliott. I know they were both on Elliott, and when the shots came out, they came there, which isn't abnormal. Honestly, Kendrick, it's not. If somebody I knew got shot, I'd probably, if I was just looking for dope, I'd be like, screw that. I'm gonna go see what's up.
There's no way.
I'm saying, what proof do you have they went in and shut the door? I don't. That's what I'm asking.
You want to see it?
I would love to see it. Just send it to me, because we don't have time tonight to send it to me. I would love to see it. Then we'll talk about it again, because we're going to talk again.
Yeah, but Luke Fine went in the apartment. SWAT came out.
Because we're going to talk again, because we're buddies.
And SWAT.
Oh, yeah.
SWAT.
You know.
They're clear. Okay.
And Fine goes in there and shut that door. Now,
because
to me,
Kendick don't give a fuck about Breonna Taylor.
He's still listed
He
as
don't.
an LMPD officer. I just went to public
Y'all, he
integrity
just
2 weeks ago. They're
hated
supposed to call me back
Brett.
in 48 hours. They never called back. Then I
That's
went down
all.
to a turnover first and then turned over some
I've
evidence
been saying
and
this.
some stuff with Luke Farr. And on top of that, Luke
Don't have
Farr
nothing to do
operates
with
outside of
Brianna.
jurisdiction. He's the one that was in
Or
this
he would be
house. I
fucking
live in
chewing him
Shepherdsville.
out
What are you doing
for
in
helping kill
Shepherdsville?
Breonna Taylor.
You've executed over, I believe, 2,000 search warrants, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you go
Fucking
outside
fake.
of Louisville without
You do if. So if I went to Shepherdsville, I would need to contact Shepherdsville PD or state police and have them there when we go in. And it's got to be signed. And it's got to be signed by a circuit court judge, not a district court judge. That's how that works.
And I have proof that Kentucky State Police Shepherdsville knew nothing about them being out here hitting my house. And Luke Farn was the and Cole Gibson.
How about Bullitt County Sheriff? Did you ask them?
I went to all.
I'm not questioning you. I'm just asking. Did you cover all bases?
Otis, Sam Aguiar, and Rob Egger. And
Yeah, this is my second time watching this dumb
we don't know
fucking
how they
shit.
did this, but then what happened is Brianna ended up getting killed, and they still claim they didn't know how they did what they did to my house. But of course, they made me look crazy on the internet. Botched my case. You got to understand, John. You know this. It takes a lot to get a federal lawsuit against an officer. Mine went into place. It didn't go into place for no reason. It went into place because the evidence and everything was clearly there, and they was going to work out a settlement. But then once Brianna got killed, they was like, oh, shit, this case is about to blow. That's why Sam really got a hold of me. He butchered 2 cases in one. He didn't get Breonna Taylor justice, and my case was filled with all the evidence, and still got it.
He wasn't worried, y'all.
And that's
Sam
what
was
Sam
not
Aguiar
worried
to
about
me.
the case.
I feel like Sam Aguiar, like you were saying, that guy is for Kenneth Walker.
Kendick
Informant for Walker.
kept saying,
Sam Aguiar is basically an
my
informant
case
for
is more important than
LMPD.
Breonna Taylor's. I'm telling
Because
you.
he's built a great relationship with
He
him.
wasn't worried.
And I'm not
Sam
talking
wasn't worried about it.
individually. I'm just talking about in general. Sam Aguiar does not make any money if the LMPD does not write up the police report that the accident was somebody opposite of his customer's fault. He makes his money based off y'all police report. Why would he butcher that relationship?
You talking about all the jump-ins from a few years back?
Period. He makes his money based off y'all's statement in the police report. He's not a person out here taking cases that is police. He just started.
You gotta look at it this way. You gotta look at it this way too. If I show up on scene as a beat guy, right now, there's a wreck, and this person says, "Man, this guy rear-ended me," and I've got to take the report regardless. I'm supposed to. Some guys are lazy, but I've got to take that report regardless of who their attorney is or is going to be, and I've got to write it to the best of my ability how I think it happened or what the witness statements say. It doesn't matter who the attorney is; it could be God, and I've got to do that, or I wouldn't risk my job for Sam Aguiar or anybody else if I were on the street. So, that could come into play. Plus, you don't know who the attorneys are up front. I mean, if I show up to a scene, unless the attorney shows up, which is I've never seen happen, I just don't know.
Hey, I'm honoring your wishes. I know you said 10 minutes, so we got about 2 minutes left. I just want to ask this question. We don't got to get too in-depth in it because this is one thing that made me have a little friction as far as with the people, and I was going back and forth with on the internet. The way the story was put out there, and I'm going off your story. When you were shot, a lot of people think that people carried you because there was so many different stories, right? Did you get up and run yourself to the parking lot?
I did. I got up, hobbled out, fell between the van and the car. When I stepped off the curb, I'd stepped with my bad leg, and I didn't realize the muscle wasn't working in it, and it gave out on me, and I fell.
You did that on your own with no help?
Correct. That's when I think Cooper grabbed my vest from behind and drugged me after that.
He drugged you?
I heard his statement. Yes, I heard his statement, and I was like, he got it wrong. I don't know if just the adrenaline. I don't know if the tunnel vision. I don't know. But no, nobody drugged me out from inside that area. I got up. I took off.
So now, John, you see why initially with the stuff that I had my hands on, why I'm angry, because I'm like, that's a lot. John can't write, and then this cop be right too. Somebody's lying. They told the wrong story, whether they did it purposely or they was nervous or whatever. But you can't really say it was nerves because they had weeks to prepare and get their stuff together.
And here's a great thing too, because you talked about stories being different. I heard Sam and Ben and all them say, "Oh, they got together to cover up and this and that." If we were covering up, we did a lousy job of getting our story straight. And I don't think any of us are that stupid. But the point is, we didn't talk before that. We're not supposed to. We didn't talk.
You talked before y'all went to go do anything.
With our own stories without sharing those with the other people. So for them to say it was a cover up and this and that is just stupid. If you look at what you're talking about, you look at the statements; they're all different. So how's that a cover up? If it is, it's the worst cover up in history. It really is.
Before I let you go, I gotta ask you this: What do you think about Kenneth Walker? Should he? I'm gonna go down the list of people. Should Kenneth Walker be in jail?
My opinion, yes.
Why?
The witnesses that participated in lying purposely involved in the Breonna Taylor case, should they face some type of jail time?
If it's proven they lied purposely, yes.
What do you think about Until Freedom? Are they a legit,
money grab?
Black people?
No, money grab.
Money grab. What do you think about Trump?
I think he's the modern day Jesse Jackson, or just gets out there and causes a lot of chaos, makes a lot of money, and like I said, disappears back home.
And then is Tamika Palmer this mother, this innocent mother that just lost her daughter, or do you think Tamika Palmer needs to be investigated and put in jail herself?
Man, honestly, I mean, she disrupted so many lives. If what the informants are saying is true, again, I have no proof of that other than what they've said, and they were there. But if that's true, then yes. I mean, a crime's a crime, whether it's committed over, like we talked earlier. You can have different aspects to a case, and you might be innocent on this one, but you might be guilty over here. And so I think if you can separate these things and say, okay, did they do this? Then they're guilty of it. They may be innocent over here. I feel bad for her as a mother losing her child. I really do. But if after that you committed a crime, that's on you.
Last question, John. Kenneth Walker, per the story that's told out there, Kenneth Walker shot one shot. Is that how many shots came at y'all from Kenneth Walker?
And anybody in the want to answer? Was there any money found? Did they find any drugs? I know they didn't find any drugs at her house.
There you have it, folks. That's John Mattingly.
Can anybody answer?
Him coming on here.
Was there any money?
Been open. He didn't run from no questions. He answered every question. There was not one question the man said, I can't answer that. I can't talk about that. I'm not going to force him into a situation. See, y'all don't understand that no matter what I ask him or no matter what he don't answer, it doesn't matter. We still got to go in the courtroom. This man's still fighting for his life. They're now threatening to give officers life off the back of this situation. So I'm going to respect the fact that this man is still preparing for a situation where he can be brought in or forced to go to trial. Whatever's going to happen. We don't know. Nobody knows what's going on. He don't know. I don't know. Nobody knows what's going on. All we know is the story that y'all been told is a lie.
100%. On that, I got to get out of here.
All right,
Talk to you soon. Hit me up.
Okay, bro.
He said, "Gotta go. Talk to you soon." They talk. You know what I'm saying? I guarantee Kendick. Because once he realized that, because he went live and he was like, everybody tag John Mattingly, everybody tag him. He was really wanting to do that interview. You know what I'm saying? Like, really. So I'm sure that he finally reached out to him and he was probably like, look, I'm not going to get disrespectful. And he said probably 5 times, I'm not trying to get you to cross the blue line, Like, what? Why are you so obsessed and cool with saving him and protecting him? Fuck protecting him. Like, I really hope that the people that, has been thinking that Kendick has been wanting justice for Breonna Taylor, I hope when they see that and watch that, like, really watched it. Don't sit there and just fully just have an open mind, I guess you could say. I wouldn't sit there and say, or don't go into there watching the video with agreeing straight, like already agreeing with whatever Kendick does and whatever Mattingly does. Just have an open mind and just sit back and just watch. If you watched this shit on my show for the first time, you had to have heard some straight up bullshit. He told, I should find it real quick and see. He straight up before he like a couple days or maybe a few days before they did this interview, he straight up said, "I will bring you out into deep waters. I will drown you." He was talking all this crazy nonsense, right? But this motherfucker pretty much wanted to applaud this man. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. And then the next day, he wants to say, "I did this interview." Because, bruh, he's looking at doing it as if this guy's a celebrity. Yeah, he's nationally known now for helping kill Breonna Taylor. But he's like, yeah, and then after the show, nobody sent me a Cash App. He's like, shout out to Taylor. She's the only one that sent me a Cash App. Those times where he said that, Sam Aguilar, he was like, whenever I noticed that he tried to like lie to the people and make it look like he quit because of corruption. He said once I found out they were, going to settle for the money, he said I was done. He said it's not about the money to me. He was already fired because of him releasing 2 videos. He keeps mentioning he released that one video. He released 2 videos. You know what I'm saying? He hates that he comes on here thinking he can tell motherfucker certain shit. And see, a lot of y'all, I can say certain shit. Like, for example, I say he released 2 videos, right? I could get proof of that, but at the same time, when just me saying he released 2 videos, there's people that just think he released that one video of them picking up shell cases and putting them in his pocket and shit. Yeah, he got fired for that shit. You know what I'm saying? I really wonder if Sam is like, I never should have paid him $19,000. You know what I'm saying? And Kendick even said, I don't even know why he would even bring a guy like me on. So clearly, yeah, Kendick technically knows he wants to try to say, oh, he's smart enough and all this shit to represent himself and all that, but yet he can say, I don't even know why he would bring a guy like me onto this case. Are you talking about Sam wishes he never met him, or the other way around? Maybe so. I will say, y'all hit the thumbs up. You know what I'm saying? Y'all hit the thumbs up. There really ain't many thumbs up. I feel like, yeah, be a little more. Ain't that? Even though I got the Cash App going across, that's just literally so I don't have to tell people, because I ain't gonna lie, that going across my screen, that's happening. People will still be like, "What's your Cash App?" And I'm like, it's going across the screen, but no, like, yeah, you can hit the thumbs up. You know what I'm saying? Share it, or this shit. But yeah, back whenever I was saying, y'all remember the attorney, you know, he kept talking about the attorney and shit. And saying he's corrupt and all this shit. Like, I mean, he says everybody's fucking corrupt, right? Off of assumptions and shit. Most of the time never really comes with facts. And it's just so crazy. The shit that he talked about. I mean, like I said, that's like the motherfuckers that want to talk shit online. But when you see him, you be like, oh, you know, I was just playing. Like, I didn't mean all that. He literally supported Mattingly. You know what I'm saying? And he probably said, I'm going to buy your book, bro. Like, yeah, I'm going to definitely buy your book and read it, you know. Which I don't know how much the book is. I ain't even going to look it up. Like, I literally, I mean, if someone wants to put in the chat how much it is, that's cool. But I'm not even going to even just look it up. Like, none of them. All of them that was there, I feel like, yeah, they all had part. And I mean, because if I go with a group of people and we go to kill somebody, I know there was supposed to be a warrant, a little falsified fucking warrant, but yeah, if I was to go knock someone off with some people, we all going down for it. So that's how I'm looking at it. They all had something to do with killing her. But yeah, he can say he wants justice for Breonna and he rode her fucking coattail. He got Cashaps because of her. He went on people's shows because of her. But he wants to talk down on her mama. He wants to talk down on her sister. He wants to give praise to one of the cops that actually fucking shot at her and probably hit her with a motherfucking bullet. He showed no type of anger towards him. I guess out of, I guess out of all the cops he has a problem with is Brett Hankerson. And I bet if him and Brett Hankerson did a show, he would bring up past shit. Not bring up anything about the Breonna Taylor shit. You know what I'm saying? He wanted to fucking work this Breonna Taylor shit and do all this shit to try to get Brett in trouble because he hates him so much. We seen how he acted with John, a cop that actually shot at Breonna Taylor, right? In my book, it should be, if you want justice for Breonna Taylor, all those cops are involved. All of them, and hey, Kendick was talking the same way I'm talking days before he went on there. John, for them to have met before, that's crazy to me that they met in 2010. And then in the messages and shit, make it seem like they never spoke to it, That shit blew my mind when he said, yeah, I met you back in 2010. You was boxing and shit like that. Weak ass hands. You need to put some, Kendick, you need to put some lotion on your hands for real. Matter of fact, you need some extra shit. Fuck the lotion. And if you do get lotion, it needs to be that thick shit, like thick cream. You know what I'm saying? Because your shit, like the way you was doing this, you kept doing shit like this, and I could just see your hands, bruh. I know dudes that got hands like you, right? And like every time, like we dap it up, right? I'll be like, damn, your hands is rough as a motherfucker. Like, the palms, right? Like, you know, the lines in your hand. Like, them bitches would be so, like, crusty. Like, whenever I go to shake, you know, dap someone up, it would be so rough. You know what I'm saying? Like rocks, like a fucking rock can. I just shook hands with the brick wall. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn. I've showed this. Of course, I did this show. Some of y'all seen it. I played this part on another show before, a while back. But I'm playing this part because, like I said, it goes back to the attorney that he wanted to try to say oh, he don't like and is corrupt and shit. Well, let me play really how he feels about him. This man, I'm telling you, Kendick, man, that dude, I'm telling you, that night, the picture I'm about to show you that night, that nigga sucked his dick that night. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, I was happy. I was up and coming businessman and blah blah blah. You know. Kendick, man, it's just the more and more that just comes out. I'm like today, finding out that him and John knew each other since 2010. Do you know what that means? That means he knew him before Brett Hankinson. Literally, that's what that means. But him and Brett just have, like I said, they used to not have a fucking problem with each other. They used to be able to be in the same clubs, you know, tricking on women and shit. You feel me? And Brett knew because, like, I mean, Kendick, he wants to continue saying that Brett was, you know, he basically had like a escort ring, prostitute ring, whatever you want to call it, right? And yeah, those girls, they did drugs. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, they did drugs, and one of them was cocaine. So what am I meaning by that? Brett knew Kendick could get cocaine or sold it or however you want to say it, right? That he could get it. So, like I've said so many times, they was once, I mean, I'm talking about, I wouldn't say business partners, but at the same time, I guess you could say they were like, in a way, clientele, or he was a client / like associate, I guess you could say. Because as Kendick has said, he messed around with his chick, which really, this chick, I mean, was for anyone. You escorting, you're for anyone. Prostituting, you're for anyone. As long as they're paying for it, right? So, I mean, Kendick trying to make it look like, oh yeah, I fucked his girl. Like, bro, there was a lot of dudes that fucked her. You know what I'm saying? And it's no disrespect. I know she passed away or got killed, but I'm just being honest. Like, that's the life she lived, along with the other women. And yeah, they did drugs, and you provided it, apparently, right? And that's why, you know, you never really got arrested by Brett. Y'all had that bond of, you know, what he's doing behind the scenes. y'all kind of had dirt on each other. And then you fucked this girl, so he said, shit, I'm a cop. So I'm about to fuck you over. And yeah, him being a cop, he had a little more, like, he could blackmail you better than you would be able to blackmail him because he's a cop. And it looks, you know, if he pulls you over, you said he planted drugs on you, okay. And if he don't got body cam footage, yeah, we all know they're gonna believe that cop most of the time over you and be like, he just gonna say, yeah, we found it in there. You say you beat that charge. I don't know. Don't give a fuck if you did or not, right? Apparently not, because you don't got a drug charge. So, but like I said, the stories you said were the same night you got your door kicked in. You said your couple homies, they got busted, got their money took, and they had product. If I'm not even mistaken, you even said they went to jail. Because you said, I mean, I don't know if they snitched or not. How you would know. You would know. The question is, I don't know if you snitched. Because like I said before, nigga, if they took your shop because of illegal activities, they would have took your, why did they take your house? Huh? Why just your shop? Was it because you was trapping out of your shop? Because I'm saying you didn't get your fucking shop took because of a drug raid or them investigating you. I'm saying you got it taken away because you didn't pay your fucking fine. You're like kind of like rent. I forgot your fees. Not much. You was making that from the barber shop. Could have paid it. You just kept procrastinating. They shut that shit down. You know, I think the reason, you know, you try to play along and try to be like, yeah, I'm going to fight this so nobody thinks that I'm a fucking snitch. Probably because a nigga like me, Boss Talk, has came out and exposed that. Like, that don't sound right. I said it the first time we ever did an interview. I said, bruh, like, how is it that the cops show up to your house and you don't get arrested when you have a warrant? I said, Delta was on here, you know, and he's looking like, yeah, that don't sound right. Like, that's weird. Super weird. How is it that they come to your house and say, we're here to arrest you because you have a warrant, but you don't go to jail? It happened like 3 times. You know. Anyways, let me play this video. Might be comedy to some of y'all. You know.
You highlight taekwondo. No, I wanted to let you know who you fucking with. I wanted to let you know who you fucking with.
Have you ever seen Delta dance?
You feel me?
Have you ever seen Delta dance?
Bruh. Bruh, I don't give two fucks about that. Look how big he's smiling. Look how big he's smiling. Look how big. What kind of I don't give a fuck who it is. I don't give a fuck who it is. I don't know. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't know. But I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. It's like, oh my God, it's so big. It's like, oh my God, it's so tight.
Let me be out way honest. Let me be out way honest because I was excited to take that picture because I was a businessman, and that was the fucking mayor. I was becoming businessman, and that was the fucking mayor.
Woo!
Yeah, I actually was excited to take that. Yeah, I actually was excited to take that.
I don't give two shits. The people that I grew up with, their grandpa was the mayor of motherfucking. Their grandpa was the mayor of motherfucking.
You know what made that weird ass? You know what made Master J? That little weird ass dude, Grandmaster.
No, he didn't.
You was a big
I was just want to support.
No, he didn't.
You was a big
I was just want to support. No,
I didn't. I went for Breonna Taylor.
no, I didn't. I went for Breonna Taylor.
You said it yourself.
No, you gay. You gay. You said it yourself.
Motherfucker, you said
it yourself.
Everyone has been saying that you're bisexual.
Everyone has been saying that you're bisexual. You know that?
Hey, I'll be honest. I'll let you got a little bit. I'll let you.
This nigga says, "I'll be honest." Y'all hear what he said? Let me play it again.
You said it yourself. Motherfucker, you said it yourself. Everyone has been saying that you're bisexual.
You know that?
And you said
it yourself.
If you said it yourself. In the video, me and him were talking at the same time. But I say, because bro, I don't just be saying shit to say shit. I be saying shit because I know. I mean, it's just the shit that I know. I just try to keep it 100. You know what I'm saying? I'm not one of them types that if he's talking shit, I'm just gonna just try to be like, oh, okay, he want to say this, I'm gonna say this. No, like I'm gonna be sitting there and he's motherfucker, because I could be quick with a motherfucker talking shit back and forth. Learned that shit back in junior high, really, even in elementary. Motherfuckers, we used to call it joning each other. You know what I'm saying? And basically, yeah, motherfucker talk shit, and you talk shit back, and keep going back and forth, and pretty much the motherfucker that just don't have no comeback, and just and the other motherfucker still eat them alive, just blah blah blah, and the other person just like, yeah, they pretty much lost that battle. You know what I'm saying? Of joining each other. Pretty much because the nigga probably is in his feelings and is pissed off and is like, man, I ain't even trying to talk no more. Like, this nigga got me fucked up. But still, as far as going at it like that, yeah. But yeah, I straight up told him, I said, bruh, it's going around, nigga, that you are bisexual. And then this motherfucker says, I admit it. I admit it. It blew me away.
Be pride.
You said it yourself. Motherfucker, you said it yourself. Everyone has been saying that you're bisexual.
I'll be honest. I do got a little because I'll let you in.
I gotta do it one more time, just for the one time,
You said it yourself.
You said it yourself.
No, I didn't. I went for Breonna Taylor. You gay. You said it yourself.
You gay. You said it yourself.
You said it yourself.
You said it yourself.
Everyone has been saying that you're bisexual.
Everyone has been saying that you're bisexual. You know that?
I'll be honest, because I do got a little gay in me because I.
I'm just saying, like, when it comes to him saying that they came and took his money, right? There was no court date. He said that the warrant was fake or whatever. So they pretty much just robbed him, right? So you're telling me that they robbed you for your fucking barbershop too? If he's an innocent man, come on, y'all. If he's an innocent man, he would be able to get his job back at Ford. He says he can. He would get that back because he makes it seem like he just loved that job. Go get that job back then. Open your shop back up again. You know what I'm saying? But I'm going to keep saying it. I think he fucking cooperated. You know what I'm saying? And they got him, by the balls, like, you're going to do what the fuck I say. And when I say it, and yeah, we'll go from there. Because he has said he got caught with $80,000. Trust me, when I was growing up, even junior high, high school, even after that. Still to this day, I got friends that their family, they got money. Like these friends that I got, like whenever I go back to my hometown, these friends, I will most likely hit them up and be like, especially if I'm there for like, I don't know, like a week. Like if I'm only there for a few days, to be real, because I don't go back as much as I should. But whenever I do go back, it's just, I'm gonna see the family, because yeah. So, but yeah, if I'm there for like a week, then oh yeah, I'm gonna be like, it's been a minute. I'm gonna hit up some of the old homies, you know what I'm saying, see what they got going, go kick it with them, and yeah, these people that I'm talking about, some of them, their family has enough money to where like I can go down there and like this dude, one of the homies, he's spoiled. Like his parents is paying for everything, right? Now I've actually seen their bank account. She has a salon, her own hair salon, right? So let's look at the numbers. He had a barber shop. My homie's mom has her own salon, and it's a successful salon. She can work every day, and she got hair to do all day, and she has workers, right? So his dad works at a factory. He's pretty much maxed out, if I'm not mistaken. Like he's making the max pay at that. Honestly, I ain't gonna lie. It's been a while since I've talked to him, so I know his dad has been working there for a minute, like over 20 type shit. So he may have already retired, maybe drawing a pension and shit off. I don't know, but I've seen they make good money. You know what I'm saying? Like his mom has her own. His parents have their own bank account and they have one together. You feel me? And I remember, the homie, he would have her card and he would just go to the ATM and like, I'm in the passenger seat, I'm probably breaking up some bud or some shit. And he pull up to the ATM and, all ATMs, when you get the money, it sounds like the same. You hear the money counter. And then like he just like have like $1,000 or whatever in his hand. I'm like thinking, I wonder if his mom like said, you get some money, but I need you to pull me off this amount or whatever. And it it showed on the receipt, right? It was like 40, maybe 50,000. I said, damn. And he's like, I know. And I'm like, because in my city, they live in well, actually, my city, there's a few different, different neighborhoods but this one is really the I feel like the number one. There's two of them that you can argue that that's where all the rich motherfuckers are. Like, and I'm not gonna say exactly what it's called. You know what I'm saying? Just to throw people off, because like I said, motherfuckers got me in a microscope. And I like to keep them guessing, you know what I'm saying? Like, for real. But, Kendick talking about $80,000. He was working there 9 years. You're not going to get max pay at 9 years. Like, trust me, bruh. I've worked in many factories. You know what I'm saying? And I remember this one job I was doing. This dude, I was like, "How long you been here?" He was like, 15 years. And I was like, and then I thought back 15 years and I said, damn, nigga. I said, you was doing this shit when I was in elementary, nigga. You know, I was like really shocked. Because let's see, 2021 last year, that was my 10-year anniversary for high school. So technically, no, I was in 7th grade, maybe 6th grade, 6th or 7th grade. Matter of fact, it was. No, I think I was. Yeah, it was 6th grade because I think I was working. No, damn. Yeah, I may have been 4th or 5th grade because, damn, it just don't. I'm trying to think. It was a few years ago, I think, when I was working at this particular job. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I know people that do hair too. And I mean, of course you gotta save, you know what I'm saying, to get there. What I'm saying is Kendick has openly said that he sold drugs. I have openly said I have sold drugs in my life too. I used to try. It is what it is. So what I'm trying to say is, like me, I haven't sat here and said, "Oh yeah, I've had these businesses and shit," and oh yeah, you know, like it's like he be, you know, trying to cover himself just in case they investigate him. But it's like, nigga, you already told on yourself. I'm like me, yeah, I've said it, but I don't be on here saying, oh yeah, this is how much money I was fucking making. This is exactly everything that I was doing at that time. You know what I'm saying? He'd be saying, oh yeah, I was in Miami, and I'm like, this dude is stupid. Like it ain't hard to fucking peep, you know what I'm saying, his shit. And anybody that's really investigating him, bro, it ain't don't take a rocket scientist to figure out what I mean. He clearly had basically wanted you know, he basically wanted to let it be known that he was pretty much getting his shit from Miami. That's just one thing I've noticed about him. It's just sometimes I'm like, man, you just dry snitching like a motherfucker, but okay. You know, and then he'd be saying certain names and shit. And it's like he just wants to be a big shot. You know what I'm saying? Bro, like, yeah, when you trap, see, I understand. I'm not trying to do shit that's gonna risk me going to prison and I can't raise my kids. You know what I'm saying? Like I literally want to be able to teach them something in school, help them with their homework, and say that I got to help them in sports. You know what I'm saying? Like, my son, I'm starting him a year early on football. He's ready. You know what I'm saying? He's ready. He's not supposed to start till he's 4. Like, he's starting a year early. He will be playing at the age of 3. He's not he's not the average 3-year-old. He'll knock your little 3-year-old boy out. He'll knock your little 4 or 5-year-old little boy out. He will. I mean, like if you really let him, do what he's wanting to do, like, I teach him, like, I'll let him, like, really fight me. We play fight all the time, but there's times where he's really mad, and I just want to see, okay, what's he gonna do when he's really, really mad? And I've been using my martial arts on him, you know what I'm saying? Like, meaning, like, when he comes at me and he's, like, trying to swing and hit me, block, okay, spin him around, he kicks too, you know what I'm saying? Like, because he sees us kick. So he just does what, and so I'm just sitting there just, a lot of people don't know when you're in martial arts, you bow because it's like, thank you. Even if you fight someone that you could clearly beat, they just taught you something and maybe you really didn't realize it, but they may have put you in a situation, even if it didn't put you under pressure or whatever. They put you in a position where that may have been the first time you was ever in that position, like, because they may have a different fighting style. So they may have thrown something at you that you're not used to. So you had to think of how to defeat that. When you're fighting different people, everybody fights different. So yeah, even if you beat him up, okay, well, he just threw something at you that you ain't ever seen someone do. So now that can give you muscle memory on that same situation. So that's why any fight or after any fighting or whatever, they bow, definitely for respect too. But yeah, my son is definitely ready for football. I can't wait. You know what I'm saying? I can't wait. Y'all know it's football season. So yeah. Man, I'm excited. Getting to see my son's first year playing motherfucking football. What? Right now, like, whenever I first started, like, at the end of practice, coaches, they would always want you to run, like, conditioning. And I remember this boys club that I went to, there was a church that was pretty far. And they felt like, okay, if everybody runs to that church and back, that'll be a good, condition, even though we would get back and we would still have to get in the line and then run to the fence and back type shit. Like, yeah, real hard condition. But I was fast when we would do conditioning. I was always like, it was like a race to me. I'm like, I gotta be the first one back, or second one, whatever, third. If it was that far distance one, yeah, I didn't care. If just as long as I was up in the top, it didn't matter if I won. But if it was like short, like, maybe 30 yards, you run 30 yards and you gotta run 30 yards back. Yeah, that was a race to me. So, and it would be big groups. maybe 2 or 3 of a whole bunch of people spread out on the football field and blow the whistle, you take off. And of course, I'm running, I'm looking on the side, and I see that I'm in front of everybody, you know. So, yeah, I started to know, okay, yeah, I'm faster than pretty much anybody that races me, you know. So, with the speed and shit, when I was growing up, I was little. Weight-wise, skinny, you know what I'm saying? But I was fast, so you had to catch me to tackle me. I don't care how strong you was. And as a youngin, my first year, I started scoring touchdowns. My first year ever playing. You know, I don't know if my son is well, I started a little older than him too. So, I don't know. You know, I just know when I started scoring, I love scoring touchdowns. I'm not even doing this to cap, but I don't ever remember a year that went by that I didn't score a touchdown in that season. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say I scored every game because, yeah, I do know for a fact we have been beat like 14-0 type shit. So I know for a fact I didn't score every fucking game, but I definitely scored. And see, I've scored growing up, like junior high school, even in elementary. I've scored off defense and offense. I gotta figure out how to show y'all. I just want to share with the people that fuck with me. Share my little highlight film, the last highlight film that I got of me playing football. You know, and it's not like it's like I'm a pro or whatever, but I stopped football early, 10th grade, because of my coach. We got into it. Trust and believe. Thinking back, I think I wish I should have just whatever. You know what I'm saying? Just let the coach bitch and then me just continue doing my thing on the field. And I should have just been thinking like, fuck him. He's temporary. This is for my future. He's pissing me off, but no, I'm just work out, do my fucking thing. Game day comes, I'ma shine, and because I wanted to go play for the Hogs, for the Razorbacks. Call them either one. I was one to go play for the University of Arkansas. So, because I'm telling you, like, where I'm from, Fort Smith, it's like a 45-minute, maybe hour, depending on how you drive, to get to Fayetteville, Arkansas, and that's where the University of Arkansas is. And up there, man, I know for all y'all that live in a city that has a Division I college, so basically, like a big college, an expensive college. They really, they party hard. You know what I'm saying? But the University of Arkansas, they party differently. You know what I'm saying? Like, I remember seeing on the news, like the fraternities, right? Sororities too. They were having problems with college students getting alcohol poisoning. There was a couple, because this is why I made the news, because a couple people died. But basically, when they be pledging for the fraternities or sororities or whatever, they got to do whatever the fuck those people tell them to do. And that shit right there is crazy, because, like, I remember this dude that yeah, he went up there and I was there and I knew he smoked. I'm like, hey, you need some bud? And he said, hey, yeah, I'm gonna hit you up when I get done. He was like, I'm pledging right now. So I didn't understand it until he finally got free, and I'm like, what is this? What is this? What's it like? I mean, I've seen the movies and shit where they do fraternities. I'm like, but in real life, like, what's it like? He's like, well, of course, there's stuff that it's only members can know. So I can't. He's like, so I can't tell you everything. He's like, but basically, it's like a test, and his shit was either a week or 2 weeks long. But when you're pledging, you basically got to be on call. Like, say if you left, like if they didn't have you doing nothing, and you was like, okay, yeah, I want to go get me something to eat or whatever, right? If at any time, and all fraternities are different, they do different shit. But the story that I was being told, the motherfucker was like, yeah, we was on call, so anytime they fucking called and said get here, we had to do it. It didn't matter what we was fucking doing. So truth be told, if someone in your family died, you would have to choose to see your family member later to to be there, like, because if you pick the family member over them, then you just won't make it. Like, you literally have to do everything that they say in order to be considered a brother or a sister. Like, I remember, like I've been to those parties at on the colleges and shit, like, be crazy parties, like, because, like, and not just crazy parties, the number of parties, right? And in Fayetteville, they got a street, it's called Dixon Street, right? Now, Dixon Street, it's a street that's nationwide known. Like, all the hard ass, boss ass biker dudes, right? Yeah, I'm even talking about like the white bikers, like Sons of Anarchy and shit. But any biker group, I'm telling you, they can live in New York, and they're driving to Fayetteville, Arkansas, which is northwest Arkansas. And that's NWA, if you don't know. Northwest Arkansas, NWA, niggas with attitude. Y'all know what I'm talking about. But yeah, like, fuck. Oh yeah, motherfuckers. I forgot. I want to show something real quick. Actually, there might be a couple things I want to show. Yeah, you got these pussy motherfuckers. They want. I think they think I was born like this, but, like, when if I like squint my face or whatever, I ain't got no reason to hide. Ain't no shame in my game. Like, Scarface. Y'all know Scarface the gangster. Well, he was called Scarface because he had a big ass scar on his face. Well, my scar is bigger than his. Yeah, you can't see it, but it started right here, right? Or hold on. Yeah, basically, and it like, hold on, I'm trying. Yeah, so it started here and went like, well, shit, I went up too far. It made like a 7, literally, and my favorite number 7. Like it was like a straight line down, and then it went across my face. So when I had stitches, the stitches look like the number 7. You know what I'm saying? Like when I do this, you can see it right here. Motherfuckers thought I was born like that. Nah, nigga. Kind of wrecked, nigga. My nose right here, you can see the scar. Like used to you could really see the scar. It's definitely went away a lot, but yeah, like I've been through some crazy ass shit. Like like I said, I was in second grade when I got my motherfucking face split open, car wreck. You know what I'm saying? My face went through the window. Yeah, I was buckled up, but I was leaning like this, looking out the window. And I seen the car coming to hit us too. I remember but it was a El Salvadorian chick, and she was driving. She knew how to drive. She just didn't know how to read English, so she didn't know how to read stop. But I just assumed that all red stop signs meant just stop, even if you didn't know how to read it. I don't know, but she thought she had the fucking right away, and even she must have not been paying attention, because if she was, like, who would, if she thinks she has the right of way, why would she jump out? Like, well, she didn't jump out in front of us. She hit the side of us, like, and our car spun and shit. Like, I honestly, like, no cap, I think I died. Like, I seen that white light. That white light happened. Like, it was there for a while. I heard nothing. It was quiet. It's just like those movies where people they're standing in like a white room and they're looking around. There's nothing in sight. Just everything is white. That shit, I believe the person that came up with that, it's because they've seen that before too. Where everything is white. You look up, it's the same white, and it goes on for like infinity. Like it's just kind of like space, where it just keeps going. Yeah, the white just kept going. And I was there chilling. Like it seemed like for a while, but then uh what the fuck, bro? I ain't gonna lie. I'm on this bitch late as fuck. I got a doctor's appointment in fucking 5 hours. Like, I'm gonna be tired as fuck in the morning. Oh, I guess that shit ain't gonna load. So I remember one day Kendick was like, I bet you won't come to my house. I bet you won't come to my house. You know, I've never really like let it be known, but I was invited over. Y'all remember whenever I went down there and I made that video, which y'all gotta understand, whenever I say that I was on some Pac and Biggie shit, I was pretty much meaning I'm doing some shit that I already know is about to piss him off. Like when Pac was like, oh, I'm about to take a picture with Faith, which was Biggie's girl, and Biggie knew how much of a player Pac was. He knew he was really, really getting these females. So and getting them like to where pretty much any chick that you see him with, you know he's fucking. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Real player shit. So, you know, that's how most motherfuckers used to look at me too. Like, I wouldn't even have to tell them if you like a Moneybag Yo sent me. If you see me with her, 9 times out of 10, I'm fucking her. You know what I'm saying? That's how it pretty much was with me. I didn't have to tell them. Matter of fact, I wouldn't tell them. They would find out and be like, damn, nigga. Because shit, I remember being around a chick and the nigga was like, damn, hey, who's that, man? I'm trying to holler. I'm like, oh, like, you know, that's her. And then, you know, that's her name. And then, you know, he's like, man, hook me up. And I'm not really saying nothing, you know, he's not really knowing. And then she come up over here, you know, or so something is done to where it's obvious that, oh shit, that's you. Why did you say nothing? Like you just sit here, just let me say, hook me up. Like she bad as fuck. Hook me up, and then out of nowhere, boom, they realize, oh wow, she's here with you. She's here for you, type shit. But yeah, man, like I'm trying to find some shit. I may have to. I just seen him, man. I'm looking at one of my old phones. That's what I'm saying. Like, I got some videos that I want to show because the other day, like, I just thought it was funny. I watched a video of Kendick talking about, well, nobody pull up to my crib. And I understand, like, somebody might say it's not the same. Like, if the bitch nigga was in jail and I pulled up, but I would like. It's not like I was on no shit where I pulled up to his crib and said, "Come out, you bitch ass nigga," and he wasn't there. You know. Damn, bro. It has to be somewhere. I know I got that shit somewhere. Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. I think it'll be something funny for y'all. Okay, I found it. Okay, let me mute this for a second because I want to find the perfect one. I'm gonna have to send it to my other phone because this phone is like fucked up. Yeah. Y'all remember whenever I did that video with Julia and Tiffany. Like I said, it was on Pac and Beat shit. I already knew it was gonna make Kendick mad. That was the whole point. Y'all bear with me. Hold on. I swear, y'all, this computer is about to piss me off. Like, what the fuck? Come on, bruh. This is on some fucking dumb shit. Like, if I have to, I'll just show it from off my phone, but I really want to show it on here. Unless I'm going to get it ready just in case I have to play it on my phone. Alright, fuck it. I'm just going to show you on my phone.
Told y'all to pull up. Told y'all to pull up. I'm right here, Nick. You know what I'm saying? I'm right here, nigga. But only because I was invited. Told y'all to pull up. Told y'all to pull up. I'm right here, Nick. You know what I'm saying? I'm right here, nigga. Y'all ain't never seen that type shit. I wonder what he has to say about that. Oh, let me call the police. Bruh, like I said, I was invited over there. I don't care if he was locked up or whatever. I was invited. Alright. And you know that lake you like to pull up on? Yeah. I pulled up over there. Let the kids play at the playground.
feed the ducks. Is it Walmart? It's just right up the road, I think. We got bread so they can feed the ducks. Step up on the scene. I ain't gonna be on this bitch much longer. But I figured I'll go ahead and do this because just in case, someone needs to say something or wants to say something. All right, fuck it. I'm just gonna. But I mean, like I said, I was invited. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, like, you can walk around any neighborhood, just as long as you're not, it's not like a nigga was, trying to put nobody in harm's way or nothing like that. Like, no, a nigga was invited, so I'm like, yeah, I'll pull up. Fuck yeah, I will. I'll show y'all another video. Wait, I'll turn the volume up. Yeah, like, no, nigga was. Wait. I gotta pause this fucking video. Told y'all to pull up. I told y'all to pull up. Come on, Kendick. I tried to tell y'all to pull up. So I'm like, yeah, I'll pull up. Fuck yeah, I will. I mean, this you can tell, man. He was in jail while his ex, was at home enjoying her life, and So I mean, yeah, I mean, anybody tries to say like, oh yeah, he went over there to start issues. No. Well, how can I try to go over there and start issues with somebody that is locked up? I can't reach him, but I mean, yeah, I told you I'll pull up, look Kendick. I was just, like I've had those, been having those, never showed it. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I was invited, so I just thought of, because I was like, yeah, he don't even know I'm gonna be hanging out with this girl. Literally, this is literally what was on my mind. This nigga don't even know I'm about to hang out with his fucking girl. So I'm like I said, Pac and Biggie shit. You know what I'm saying? Pac go, like he said, first off, fuck your clique and what do you say? First off, fuck your bitch and the clique you claim. West side when we ride, coming quick with game. He claimed to be a player, but I fucked your wife. We bust on bad boys, niggas bust for life. He's just a mark ass bitch. Yeah. We keep it running as we gunning at the fools. You know the rules. Anybody that doesn't like my show, though, I hope I really still appreciate you because you took the time out to still watch. You know what I'm saying? Took the motherfucking time out. So, I mean, even though you be hating, I mean, I really can't be too mad because, you still support my channel and watch it. So, it's all good. "12 people on here. Like I just, man, I wish you could click like the little icon where it shows how many people's on here and it shows who's on here. Because it's like, okay, I mean, there's clearly like it's been for a while now. Yeah. I'm just sitting there scrolling and it's all Dallas. And then before him, it's Truth. And she got off here at 142. Like, shit. Over 2 hours ago. Or not over 2 hours ago. Yeah. But yeah. Like, I'm just wondering, like, are the people that's on here, are they like Kendick supporters, like, if y'all are, and because I don't look, people be thinking like that if like they think I'll be blocking people, right? And like the shit stop snitching. Yeah. And no, I'm not like moving my fucking boobs. I don't got no fucking boobs, you know. But someone just wow on my chest, and I'm like, hey. You know, just letting it wait. Just yeah. Let him hit. You know, it's just like, yeah. You gotta, for those that don't know, when you get hit, we call it in martial arts, we call it ki-op. Ki-opping is like, means, yell, pretty much. But as you're getting punched, if you, it'll soften the blow. Because, like, say if you get punched in the stomach, if you're sitting here just talking and then boom, it can knock the breath out of you. But if you get hit and you blow out as you're getting hit, first of all, you're flexing when you, you know, and blowing out instead of when it hits you. Because when you get the breath knocked out of you, that's literally what it means. You get hit, and then boom, it knocks the air out of you. So when it knocks the air out of you, it's real fast. Just, you know, and when it's like kind of like CPR, just pushing it. And so when it catches you off guard, that's when it's like, you're like gasping for fucking air. But yeah, if you get it, like, even if you get punched, if you're, you know, like break falls, man, we used to, like, seriously, like, break falls is what it's literal terms. You're breaking up your fall, getting pushed down, or say if you get slammed, or if you're standing on top of something and you fall, or if you're walking on ice and you slip, which of course, when you slip on ice, it's real fast, or slip on skates, it's real fast. But if you've practiced break falls long enough, it don't take long. Like, I'm talking about, you could slip and wipe out, and you just automatically know how to land for it not to hurt. And even whenever you hit the ground, I used to run, jump up as high as I could, right? And like, seriously, because I'll be trying to do extra to better myself. I'll fucking run. I'll jump up as high as I can, right? Like, jump up like this, and then turn my body like this. I jump up, and then pretty much belly flop, boom, on the ground, right? I'll be running and just jump. I'll be like flying through the air and land belly flop. And as soon as I land, you just got to know how to fucking land, right? It's not like I just landed like that, because like, that shit still can hurt. You just got to know how to land. But it was like pretty much a belly flop, just running. Yeah. But then there's another shit. I could just stand here, right? Like I'm sitting right now, but just be standing and then jump up, jump backwards up into the air and land on my back. You know what I'm saying? And like, I'll be just trying all types of shit, like I guess not really trying to hurt myself, but I'm just trying all the things. Like, okay, what if someone like choked me, someone big choked me, picked me up like this, up on my shirt with two hands, big dude or whatever, and just threw you backwards. Okay, you're like flailing through the air. Okay, now when you hit, boom, that shit. Like if you don't know how to break fall, that shit's gonna hurt. And break falls, I'm telling you, they don't just save you from knocking the breath out of you. It literally like when you, like at the. It takes the pain away too. I'm dead ass serious. If you don't breathe out or whatever, you're gonna be hurting. Like I'm telling you. Like I said, like if someone throws, a hard, just hook catches you off guard into the ribs. If you don't catch it, once they boom, the body shots be fucking people up because they be thinking, oh, you coming, okay, to the face, and then boom, step up in it, boom, like you just took your hand and you trying to like a knife, like taking a knife and stick it up in his rib, stick that motherfucker like boom, like they go, but they go, yeah, boy. Heard Kendick the snitch just got off live. Makes me wonder if are you on here? You got something to say, Mr. Nice Guy? You was just so nice to Mr. John Mattingly. You were just so nice. But I thought you was gonna bring him out to the deep waters. What happened? What happened? Or was it that he just had his floating devices? Is that it? No. I don't think that was actually it. Hold on. I think I'm about to get up off here. You know, like I said, I gotta get up hella early. I'm gonna be a grumpy motherfucker in the morning. But shit, I'm gonna be back on here soon. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. You know, I'm gonna let these motherfuckers out here that support his punk ass. I mean, if they support what happened yesterday or whatever the fuck it was, it's just it's just crazy. Says he wants justice for Breonna Taylor, but it literally was clearly, it was clear that he wants justice for John and for the other police, I'm assuming, except for probably Brad, but it's a damn shame. You know what I'm saying? It's boss talk. You know, on this show, anything goes, and that's how it's always going to be. So anytime anybody wants to come on here and let me know how they feel, this show, I mean, look, normally I don't put the link in the chat to the end of it, but trust me, if it's that serious where you want to come on and you want to speak your mind or some shit, instead of in the comments, you want to speak it man to man, all you could put that in the comment, drop the link type shit. Say drop the link, boss, and I'll drop it. What's up? Trust me, it can be friendly too. But yeah, there's just, I be getting a lot of hate motherfuckers that send me emails or send some shit to somebody else or say some shit online. And I'm like, man, come hither. Come motherfucking hither. Bald-headed motherfuckers. All right, y'all. I love y'all. And like I always say, I don't know when I'll be back on this bitch. It'll be random. You know what I'm saying? And yeah. But we're gonna have to start getting some more people come up on this motherfucker. Interview like shit. Or panel type shit. You know, that's where I'm gonna have to start getting back to type shit. Having more people on this motherfucker instead of me just chopping it up. Yeah. Hear from other people, because that definitely sparks different conversations, and yeah, hear other people's point of view instead of just mine. You know, I used to like that shit, honestly. Bringing people on here. You know, sometimes whenever I was doing that shit on a regular, sometimes it would get hectic. It'll be all screen, all like, because I can fit 10 people, and the whole it'll be all 10 people, and I'm like, hey, hold up, you know, and it could even be 6 people, and still have to be like, hey, y'all gotta let one person talk. Y'all's all talk. Everybody's talking at once. I don't know who's talking to who. You know, blah blah blah. Yeah. That's just fun. You know what I'm saying? We can do that shit. Anybody. You know, we can get to where you don't gotta turn your camera on. I just rather see it because I like, especially if it's someone new and they're on here supporting me. I like to meet new people. You know what I'm saying? Real shit. But yeah, I love y'all. I'm gonna fuck with y'all, and y'all have a good. I'll just say have a good rest of the week, because I don't know exactly when I'm coming back on. You know. So yeah, y'all have a good week. Make that shit productive and get your money up. You know what I'm saying? If you got kids, go do something with them. Kendick, pay your child support. Go do something with them kids. Stop spending your time, sucking dick and riding dick, asking John Mattingly for interviews, and you suck his dick. You know what I'm saying? Like, stop worrying about sucking dick and go take care of your fucking kids. Don't just think that child support is enough. These lights, this roof, these fucking toys around this motherfucker. That's not it. That's not all. And you ain't even paying like the amount that you pay a month. What's that? $200 a month, $50 a week. That's like groceries per week for me, type shit almost. Yeah. I'm trying to think. What was the last? Like, sometimes we'll just go get dinner for the night. Sometimes we'll go get like to fill our whole kitchen type shit. That way we don't gotta keep getting out. We're like, all right, we got a full kitchen. Y'all know it feels good loading that shit up, like, or having like going in the kitchen and seeing it's just full of different shit. But man, don't it suck? Cause I do self checkout. But don't it suck bringing all the motherfucking groceries in and then having to put them up? But yeah, I love y'all. I'm for off this bitch. Y'all have a good one. It's Boss talking this bitch.